lecturers, presenters, participants of Postgraduate Colloquium on Technology-Based Research in 2021. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me start with our first agenda for today, which is Keynote Speech. Before that, allow me to introduce our keynote speaker for today. Our keynote speaker today is our very own Deputy Dean in Research, Innovation and Community Engagement. With 14 years of experience at the USM and a successful academician, our keynote speaker also actively engaged in various research and publication. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to invite our keynote speaker for today, Associate Professor Dr. Azia Ismail, to deliver his keynote speech with the title, Let's Make Your PhD Journey Meaningful. Prof, the room is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'm Azia, not Azida. Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very warm, I don't think it's warm, it's cold. Good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank to Associate Professor Dr. Azida and her team because inviting me as a speaker for this session. And I feel delighted to be with you in this event. And on behalf of School of Educational Studies, I would like to thank to all of you who are willing to sacrifice your time today to be with us here. So when Dr. Azidas come to me and approach me and ask me to share something with all of the participants of this colloquium, actually I'm a bit blur about what I want to share as I'm not an expert in technology-based research. So I want to share my slide first. Can you see the slide?
Yes, Prof. Yes.
Wait for a while. I have problem. Yes. Okay. So I'm not expert in this technology-based research. So after have a deep thinking, I think I want to convey my thought in general about what PhD is all about and how to make it, how it can be meaningful to you now and in the future. So that's why I put the title of my sharing session today as Let's Make Your PhD Journey Meaningful. So, dear PhD candidates, or maybe there are master's degree students here. Don't worry if you are not PhD student yet, because maybe you will be the one soon. What am I going to share here is based on two sources. First is from my personal experience as a supervisor, PhD student, and deputy dean, and from others' experience. And the second one is based on the literature which I read. So the first question I want to ask is about what is the major difference between PhD and other degree levels. I think as a PhD candidate or research student, you actually have the idea of what is the difference, the major difference between PhD level and degree level. Some of you would say that this level will focus on the knowledge that more broad and wide and depth. Okay, and some of you will think about duration of candidature, the fees, the till and pin, and so on and so forth. So, but when you are graduated, on your convocation there, on your convocation day, the major difference that you can spot is about the academic dress. Okay, on your left hand side is academic dress for PhD graduates, and the other side is for other degree level. So you can see the round head, that's the candidate wear, the graduate, the student wear, and there's a round what we call bonnet, and the other, your left, on your left, your right hand side is mortarboard. Okay, to have this picture, you are in this academic dress. Okay, you have to have a long journey, maybe a long journey, but some of you maybe have a very short journey. Okay, so when you graduate from your PhD, on your convocation day, you put on this academic dress, you will have different feeling. Okay, you will have different aura. Okay, and suddenly you will feel proud of yourself, and in your mind you will say, yes, I've already finished my journey, I already get my PhD scroll. So after that, so what? After you get the PhD, and then you will flashback your journey, okay, that you have been through. I do not know whether there are among of you who have a very straight route so far in your study. If you have it, Alhamdulillah, you have a very straight route. But most of us will have this kind of route for in pursuing our dream. Okay, Mandarin. Mandarin route. Very tricky, horror, maybe. Okay, so according to Tan 2019, who shared her PhD journey experience, has cited a quote from Thomas Edison. Okay, Thomas Edison is founder of, not founder, the creator of bulb lamp. Okay, which said that genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Okay, and he also said that our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time. Many of PhD candidate, tend to give up in this journey. They feel tired, they feel demotivated, but Thomas Edison said that please give yourself one more time to try. Okay, indeed, the journey to be a PhD may not be as smooth as one who expect. When you get your offer letter, you will be proud. Oh, I will pursue my study. I will become PhD candidate. But you should think the journey that you will go through. So there will be twists and turns as well as unexpected obstacles. Okay, it will make you perspire and sometimes push you to depth of despair. Okay, I believe and I confirm that you have your own reason to pursue your PhD. Okay, each of you have your own reason, and for instance, PhD can be a mechanism for some students for their career development, for their self-actualization, for getting job and for getting a new job. And some of students which I've met doing their PhD as an activities for their leisure time. I have met one. Okay, and many reasons. You have many reasons. You got offer scholarship offer from Ministry of Education, your organization, and you think that this is a very good opportunity. And for part-timer, you think that, oh, I have master, so I need to pursue to PhD. Okay, I need to pursue my study to PhD to get maybe more knowledge. But I think many of us have intention in our career by getting the PhD school. Okay, maybe you have your own reason, but during my time, my reason to pursue my study is because I have scholarship. I've got scholarship from USM, and for my career, I want to be a lecturer in USM. So I have two reasons to pursue my study. That's why I did my PhD. So what I can say is the most probably the reason why you pursue your study will influence your attitude and commitment to your study. Okay, and your reason will give colors in your journey. Believe me. Okay, and I think many of you will agree with me, because when you try to achieve something by getting PhD, you have your aims and goals, so you try your best to get it. Okay, you put your effort on getting it. Okay, so the why question, why you want to pursue your study, will determine your aim and goals in doing PhD. Okay, so currently I have 24 students, PhD students, which I supervise. I think each of them has their own reason. Each of them has their aim and goals in doing PhD. But it also gives colors in my supervision process. How I supervise them, how they respond to me, how they become a good supervisee to me, how they become not bad, but a naughty supervisee to me. Okay, so this kind of thing you have to relook in your journey. If you have a very relevant and significant aim and goals in doing PhD, okay, that's fine. But for those who are not sure, not very sure why she or he doing his study in PhD, please identify what is your aim and goals first. Then proceed with the journey. Okay. Remember the quote by Thomas Edison, which I mentioned just now? It is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Okay, some scholars believe that perspiration is more than working hard. Some people talk about working hard. Some people talk about working smart. But in PhD level, 1% is about inspiration, but 99% perspiration. And this perspiration is beyond working hard. Okay, beyond working hard, and it is working relentlessly and relentlessly and passionately. Okay, so what you need to do is to keep you going, is the ability to stay focused. Stay focused on what you want to do. I think there will be, or there are many distractions of you. to get off from the track. So stay focused and keep reminding yourself why you want to pursue a PhD. That's why at the beginning I said the reason why you want to pursue your study at PhD level will determine your attitude and commitment. This too is very important aspect, very important thing that make you able to end your journey and success in your journey. So that's why I told you just now. And therefore, very much a matter of being passionate about what you are doing. When you have a passion for the topic you are researching, it is no longer a chore. It's no longer a burden. It's no longer a routine, but instead can be quite enjoyable. Enjoy your journey. Enjoy of what you are studying. Enjoy the topic. That's why at the beginning, at the first meeting, as a supervisor, we will ask you what you want to do. Do you have any interest topic? Do you have anything that you think you want to know more? Okay, so your journey, your research experience can be enjoyable and knowing that you are working towards a significant goal. Okay, and make your journey meaningful. Make your journey meaningful from the academic part as well as social network part. This I will discuss later. And the question is, how to make your journey meaningful? I do not know whether the meaningful is a very abstract concept, not abstract concept, very general concept. Okay, but usually you will find operational definition in your study, but in my speech I also have the operational definition. Okay, meaningful, what I can say, meaningful in academic part is can be defined as any experience or effort or support that can develop new knowledge in you and be success factors to achieve your aim. And PhD, when you get a PhD title, doctor, okay, it's usually used as main indicator to your competence in a particular field of study. For instance, you yourself, you are in educational technology area. So when you got a title of doctor, philosophy of doctorate, you be an expert in that particular field. So when you obtain your PhD degree, it means that you pass preliminary qualifying examination, demonstrating your knowledge of the current debates and dilemmas and concepts in your field of study. You work hard on that. You work hard on your research. You try to identify the gap of study. You try to debate why you want to study this particular topic. You try to rectify the dilemma, the issue in that particular focus of study. So when you get your PhD, that means you are successfully complete a complex process of developing a research proposal, creating a research plan, carrying out research in your field and presenting the results of that research to other experts in the field who have evaluated your work and deem that it meets the highest standard of academic level. You already know that PhD is the highest academic degree level in academic degree. So to be a PhD, equip yourself. You will be an expert later in your area. So during the journey, during your PhD journey, equip yourself to be an expert. Not only getting the school, but what is the criteria to be an expert in your field of study, in your area of expertise. Okay. The second one is about social network. Sorry. Okay, this aspect can be defined as the connection and interaction between you and other individuals surrounding you in your PhD environment. Okay, in your PhD environment. You have social network in your daily life, but in your PhD environment, you must set up or develop social network. Okay. So before I explain about how to make your PhD journey meaningful in this perspective, I would like to highlight about two things before I explain further about the main focus of this speech, because it's related. Since 2007, I started my career as lecturer in USM. I've been here for 14 years. So I have supervised many students. I have graduated about more than 10 students. What I can see, there are criteria of a PhD student, and in my slide, I just can only list some of the criteria. But maybe if I do a survey to all the lecturers, I will have more. Okay, you can see on your left hand side the criteria, the good criteria. I can categorize it as a criteria, and on your right hand side, not bad criteria but naughty criteria. Okay, some of students who I can see able to finish their study and be I think be an expert in their field of study when they set on their foot in the journey, they know their destination, they be prepared, they sort of like have a compass at their hand, always be informed, go beyond the standard information, they dig the information, okay, know and create their own social support, hunger for knowledge, they attend many workshops, they attend many previously we don't have any webinars, they attend many conferences, training, so on and so forth, and work independently. Okay, and I'm a supervisor, I'm his or her supervisor, depend on her or on him, okay, on whatever new information about PhD, whatever information about their study. Okay, because at the beginning, the supervisor would be the master of that field, but at the end, you yourself become the master of what you are doing. Okay, so we just guide you and supervise you. And on the other hand, some of students, which I call as naughty students, they are clueless. They don't know what they want to do. They don't know what is PhD all about. And they are depending on a supervisor, very dependent. Too ambitious, work isolatedly, and undecided. So this is the criteria. I hope you will be at the left-hand side criteria. And this is the potential aspect that distract you from the track. Okay, the family, the career, the social group, the health problem, supervisor, this is the main aspect. And the personal life. What I can, if you ask me to rank the factor that they become the major distraction of a PhD student, the first thing is about family. They know you are on study leave, so they think you are on holiday. So they will request you for many things. So be aware of this. Okay, inform them that you are on study leave, not on leave. Okay, this is different between on leave and on study leave. Every time I ask my student who I categorize as naughty student, they have a lot of family matters to solve, to attend, to do, okay, instead of study matters. So be aware about this. And the second one is about supervisor. Okay, we will talk about it later. So the main point, how can your PhD journey be meaningful? Okay, to make your journey meaningful, the first thing you have to examine yourself. Have a self-thought about your attitude, your routine, timelines, aims, timetables, objectives, so on and so forth. Examine yourself. Okay, examine your time. Are you on the right track right now? If you are, alhamdulillah. But if you are not, you have to identify what is the cause root of the problem. What is the cause root of why you are not on the right track? Okay. So I have not factors, five elements that I can say it will give you a meaningful PhD journey. The first one is the relationship between you and your supervisor. It must be super or good. Okay, good is better, but if your relationship is super, it's very fantastic journey you will have. Okay, some of students work isolated. Okay, they think they can be supervised themselves. Okay, so don't be a supervisor to yourself. You have your own supervisor. School of Educational Studies give you a supervisor to help you, to guide you, to supervise you in the journey. So please do not ignore your supervisor. Be friend with them. Having supervisors that can empathize with your situation is a key. Okay, and because PhD students usually are mature students, and they have family commitment, they have a lot of things. So supervisor who can understand them and still be patient with them, it would be good. But at the same time, supervise them, be a paternal or maternal supervisor to them, it would be good. Okay. Supervisors can be your mom or your dad, or maybe stepmother or stepfather to you. Okay, so take it as a challenge and try to understand your supervisor. My advice from my experience, as long as your supervisor willing to be with you and guide you in your study, you should be grateful to have this kind of supervisor. Though they are fierce, they have a stern voice, they always get mad on you because of your inappropriate action. You have to be grateful if your supervisor is still concerned about your study, because some or many students are unfortunate to have supervisor who did not give a proper advice and guide them. Okay, because after your PhD, you still have a good relation with your supervisor, and maybe you can collaborate with them later. So the second one is, please gather as much relevant knowledge and skills as you can during this time, during your journey. Okay, since after you become a PhD scholar, people will recognize you as an expert in your field of study, which is information technology or educational technology. So undoubtedly, you will be a reference to people, okay, who wants to know more about this area, such as about the theories, about the methodology, about the software, about the application, so on and so forth. So this journey will become meaningful to you if you can equip yourself with the knowledge on research skill and on field of the study. And the common question after I graduated as a PhD scholar, PhD student, the common question I always ask and get from others are about how to develop problem statement, how to develop conceptual framework. What is conceptual framework is all about? What is the methodology for this kind of research? What do you think about ethnography? Oh, I did not do anything about ethnography previously. So, though you are not you are not doing in that particular, you are not using methodology, because we have a lot of methodology, but at least you know the concept. Okay, because what I'm saying this, some of PhD graduates cannot answer the basic question of the basic knowledge in research skill. Okay, and for instance, I asked one of PhD graduate about independent and dependent variable. It's a very basic question. She couldn't answer it. Okay, so equip yourself with the basic knowledge, at least the basic knowledge of what you did not use in your study, but go and seek for more information of what you are doing right now. Okay, the third one is about support system, because doing PhD requires you to expose yourself to the larger ecosystem of research that allows you to establish networks and keep abreast of the latest development. Where can you find it? How can you do it? Go and attend conferences, go attend training, go and attend webinars. There is a lot of webinars right now. Okay, so the fourth one is about peer support and encouragement. This is very important. Even with understanding supervisors, a journey towards a PhD can still be a lonely process. It's a normal quote that, oh, PhD is a lonely journey. PhD is a lonely journey. You are yourself in the journey, but please remind yourself you are not alone. Though people would say that PhD is a lonely journey, but remind yourself that there are many people are doing PhD right now. Okay, and faces with never-ending reading and writing, there will be times where you would seriously doubt your capability and harbor thought of quitting. When you are alone doing your research, you don't have anybody to talk to, you don't have with the same topic, you don't have anybody to discuss. And I think this is the syndrome or the symptom of many students that eventually quit from PhD. So mingle around with other PhD students. Okay, communicate. You need a group of peers that constantly motivate each other. Communicate with this group frequently. Try to organize program together for academic purposes, such as academic discourse or for leisure. and checking on one another's progress. This will help you and constantly remind you that you are not alone on this journey. Okay. So apart from that, you can also develop social network with people in your PhD surrounding, because many PhD students come from established organization, and maybe in the future you may have collaboration with them in work. And last but not least is about postgraduate association. Okay, be part of the family. Okay, beside having peer support, you can also establish a good connection with lecturers and other individuals in the organization, and take part in programs organized by the association. For instance, in School of Educational Study, we have Persila. And for the new team of committee members, we have planned a few programs formally and informally, so we can get together in a few events. So another one is about the postgraduate association as a middle person from between student and school. So if you have any thought, if you have any suggestion, if you have any comments, please let us know. Okay, so we can take action if we able to take action. And what I can say, the postgraduate association is can be a mechanism, or not a mechanism, a platform for you to seek for assistance. For instance, you need something that you cannot have outside the school. Maybe the webinar on certain topic. Let me know. Okay, let me.
I think we have some connection issues. Please be patient, please, all the participants, ladies and gentlemen.
We call it Azia.
Okay, while we're waiting for the prof to call and contact our Deputy Dean, can I have like all the presenters to be put in the chat box? May I sure that you are in? Thank you.
Trying to get through again.
Prof, we can't hear you, Prof.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, can.
Okay. where we are where we are now. Sorry. I did not realize that I've disconnected from this program. So I already said thank you to the Mr. Chairperson. So
Oh.
Wait. So that's all from me. I don't know where I did uh, stop before I disconnected from you.
Postgraduate Association.
Okay, Postgraduate Association. I think my last message did not reach you. So, did I say about the role of a postgraduate association as a middle person between school and students? So, if you have any concern or any comments or any requests or anything that you want us to help you, just inform the postgraduate association, which is Persila. So we can take action from there. Many of postgraduate students keep silent, so we don't know in what way we can help your journey. We can help you in your journey. So I think it's better for you to voice out your request either through Persila or just direct email to me. Okay, that's all from me. As a conclusion, I think I can conclude that to make it meaningful, you must know what you need now and in the future. And if you know what you need, if you know what your aims, you can gather more new knowledge and skills as well as experience that equip you as an expert in your field of study. So thank you very much. That's all from me.
Thank you so much, Associate Professor Dr. Azia Ismail, for the keynote speech. Indeed, a wonderful speech with so many interesting facts. And even I can see myself in the types of candidate. I'm in a mixed mode. So without further ado, I would like to open for the Q&A. So please on your mic to ask questions, or maybe you can put the questions in the right chat box. I can read for you. Okay? Any questions to our keynote speaker?
Nobody hasn't
Okay,
warm up yet.
yeah, I think. So I think that's a very good what do you call opening for our session today, Associate Professor Azia Ismail. So participant, ladies and gentlemen, okay, sweet memories are crucial in our life, especially during this particular period of time. I don't know how many of you agree with me. So cherish each and every moment in your life. So why don't we take our 1 hour snapshot for today for our sweet memories? Okay. So hence, I would like to humbly request all of you to on your cam and please show your beautiful and also handsome, good-looking faces out there. Dr. Siti Zubaida, I think over to you to take the picture.
Okay, everyone. So we are going to wait for 1 minute here so that we can take a snapshot your picture. So smile for 1 minute. And we need to go for each dashboard. So that's why it takes time. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for your cooperation. Back to you, too.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Siti Zuraida. And I think this is a time that all of us are waiting for. Okay, so we will start our presentation session now. And I'm the moderator for the presentation session today. Let me introduce myself. So my name is Muthu Alagan, and I'm the EDT student from the School of Education Studies under supervision of Dr. Siti Mastura. Okay, a gentle reminder to all the presenters today. You are required to on your video when you are doing your presentation, and your time is just 15 minutes, and you have 5 minutes for the Q&A. And allow me to interrupt in between if you exceed the 15 minutes. Okay, I will make a reminder in terms of might be putting in the chat box, or maybe I can on my mic and also say some hint for all of you about the time. Okay, so participants, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Okay, so now let me welcome our first presenter for today, Miss Devika Munusamy, with the title of Teachers' Acceptance in Using Google Classroom Among Primary School Teachers. Age and teaching experience as the moderator. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Devika Munusamy. The room is yours, Miss Devika.
Yes, thank you, moderator, for the day 2 colloquium session. It was indeed a pleasure to be honored to be the first presenter for the day 2 colloquium. I would like to check that, can you all see my slides?
Yes.
Just putting it in a share. Can it be seen in the slides form? Okay. Thank you, moderator, once again. I'm Devika Munusamy. Would like to present my research entitled The Moderating Effect of Age and Teaching Experience on Teachers' Acceptance of Google Classroom for Teaching Among Primary School Teachers. I'm under the supervision of Dr. Siti Zuraida, Ms. Mama Osman. Before that, in our abstract book, it is the title before our proposal defense. So after the amendments, there were several amendments and corrections in the presentation. So I hope please bear with me. Okay, let us proceed. Okay, when encountering about the teacher's acceptance level, there are several problems that associated with the teacher's acceptance. First and foremost, the most important problem that we have identified that despite of the importance of using Google Classroom, teachers are having difficulties. Teachers are having difficulties in accepting the use of Google Classroom. It was said by Coral in 2017. Besides that, teachers are struggle to conduct the classes online because they are lack in ICT instructional, which is the guidance in using Google Classroom, and found it difficult to use it. It was also added by Elsa Rosalina in her research. Besides that, teachers are doubting their performance level because Bowens reported that the teachers are using Google Classroom basics widely, but like posting in the streams, uploading the resources, but they are not utilizing all the features completely, such as Google Meet directly from the Google Classroom. They do not have to go to a separate Google Meet. They can even in a classroom, they can generate a visible link to the participants, the members of a class. They can also integrate other tools to share to Google Classroom. There are a lot of integrating educational tools such as Live Worksheet, Flipgrid, EdSit, Benchwork, and so on, which can be integrated through the share to Google Classroom feature. Next, it would be that the young teachers use the new technology, create collaborative learning environment, draw in the colleagues' ideas in teaching and learning than the age teachers. This is added by Purcell et al. In 2013. Aged teachers, okay, aged teachers, experienced teachers, older teachers, afraid to use the Google Classroom because they are assuming that they need much technical skills to acquire to use the Google Classroom. And they assume that it is not easy. This is somehow related to the facilitating condition and also the ease of usefulness, or we can say an effort expectancy, the ease of usefulness level. And finally, another problem that arises that aged teachers need sufficient facilitation when an technology is being introduced compared to the young teachers, because it is believed that Vaporites also mentioned that young teachers are more to self-exploration about the new technologies. As I mentioned in our fourth problem, where the young teachers, they draw in colleagues' idea and collaborate with their other teachers as well. Based on this problem statement, there are several research objectives which have been developed. The main research objective is to measure the teachers' acceptance level in using Google Classroom among primary school teachers. Sorry. Okay. Next will be to investigate the relationship of performance expectancy PE, effort expectancy EE, social influence SI, facilitating condition FC, intention behavior IB, towards the use of behavior, which is the use of Google Classroom in this research among the primary school teachers. These objectives are separated according to the variables. Besides the key variables, there are other moderating variables which have been affected the teacher's acceptance level, which will be another of the research objective is to investigate the relationship of a moderating variable, which is teacher's age, towards the use of Google Classroom among primary school teachers. And finally, to investigate the relationship of another moderating variable, which is teacher's experience towards the use of Google Classroom among primary school teachers. Based on these research objectives, there are about 8 research questions which have been arised. The first and main question is there any relationship of teachers' acceptance level towards the use of Google Classroom among primary school teachers? And followed by the relationship of performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, facilitating conditions, intention behavior, and also the moderating variable, which are teacher's age and also teaching experience. Based on the research questions, there are about 8 research hypotheses which have been developed, which investigate the significance of relationship of the teacher's acceptance level toward the use of Google Classroom among the primary school teachers, and also followed by the key variables, which is PE, EE, SI, FC, and IB, followed by another 2 moderating variables, which are teacher's age and also teacher's acceptance. Next, we move on to the relevance of the literature review. In 1960s, technology was mainly focused on communication. It was added by Saima et al. In 2020. After that, teachers are always confronted with the integration of ICT into their pedagogical practices in response to the innovation and professionalization demands. It was added by Bowens. Besides that, Bradley adds and defines that LMS, the Learning Management System, cultivates an environment for engagement and learner achievement, allowing the learners to register for classes and allow the teachers to track the students' grade and check updates and of course the course announcement. This is also supported by me in her 2020 research. She reported that the Google Classroom is one of the learning and management system and of course a hybrid learning platform developed by Google for schools to promote the creation, distribution, and managing of tasks in a paperless manner. Therefore, our Malaysian government initiated a portal which is called Digital Educational Learning Initiative Malaysia, where one of the features that is available and widely used will be the Google Class. So it is frequently accessed in that portal. was added by Menon in 2020. However, despite all the ease of usefulness of a Google Classroom, developing their performance level or helping in their teaching practice, many teachers are not ready and accepting the integration of a Google Classroom in their practice because there are several reasons. First of all is the attitude or the use of behavior of the users towards the system, which is the Google Classroom, which decides whether the user will actually accept, use or reject the system. It was mentioned by Granny in 2019. Besides that, Young and She in 2020 also reported that younger teachers are self-exploring, which has been also mentioned in the problem statement. Young teachers are more self-exploring the technology, whereas age teachers or older teachers need a continuous or additional assistant or facilitating condition in order to use the Google Classroom. When they are about to use the Google Classroom, eventually it turns out to be they'll accept the use of Google Classroom. Based on this, the UTAD model is it's adaptable and suitable to be used because of the variables which is mentioned by developed by Venkatesh in 2003, such as PE, effort expectancy, SI, facilitating condition, IB, gender, age, teaching experience, and voluntariness of use determines the use of behavior and eventually to a technology acceptance, which is a Google Classroom here. In this research, the main research model which has been used is Unified Theory of Acceptance and the Use of Technology UTAD model by Venkatesh et al. In 2000, which was developed in 2003. This is also have a significant relationship to the theory of plant behavior. However, theory of plant behavior is more to a generalization, but however, UTAD model has explicitly developed each variable. On our left side are the key variables which determines the technology acceptance. However, if you were looking at the bottom variables, which are the moderating variables, which may have affect the key variables and also behavior intention and also to the use behavior. However, in this research, I have removed the gender and also voluntariness of use. There were several, according to Goswami and Dutta in 2016, there are many studies proved that there is a significance or any difference between gender difference that related to the age, where age male and female have a different perception towards the technology. Therefore, in this research, we have removed the gender. Besides that, voluntariness of use have also been removed in this research because it depends on the facilitating condition, which means on the perceived usefulness, ease of use, and intention to use of an individual is being influenced after the using the technology. Therefore, in this research, we have removed the voluntariness of use. Now, the research has remained with this theoretical framework. Okay, which is on our left hand side, we have the performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, and facilitating condition, which are also moderated and affected by these moderating variables, age and teaching experience, which will be affecting the intention behavior to use the Google Classroom, and finally the use of Google Classroom. Eventually, this entire model will help to measure the acceptance level among the primary school teachers in using Google Classroom. Age is varied by based on the ages, young teachers and also older teachers, which is also significant to the teaching experience, as we mentioned in the problem statement and also the research objective and the relevance of the teacher review. Now we move on to the research design. In this research, a quantitative research design has been used. A set of questionnaire consists of 7 dimensions is used. These 7 dimensions are demographic details, performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, facilitating conditions, intention behavior, and finally the use behavior. A linear regression analysis is suitable to be used to investigate the moderators, especially the age and teachers' experience. In this research, the population and sample is quite important. The population has been selected from, according to the Malaysian Open Data Portal 2021, about 6,064 primary school teachers from 3 districts in Perak have been selected from Hulu Perak, and Larut, Matang, and Selama. There are about 14 districts in Perak. However, we have chosen these 3 districts so that these will somehow help to generalize an overall teachers' acceptance level in Perak. Simple random sampling method has also been used based on the Craigie and Morgan table for determining the sample size from a given population. It was mentioned in 1917. According to the table on our right, I've been zoomed and highlighted. The number of population is 6,000. Over here it's about 6,064. So, and the relevant sample size given in the table is about 361. So therefore, the sample size will be vary and depend on the population. The research instrument of this research is a questionnaire, which is originated from Venkatesh in 2003, and the question items have been adopted and adapted from several other researchers. The questionnaire uses a 5-legged point, and the instrument will be distributed in the form of Google form. It is divided into 2 parts. The first part A is the demographic details, which contains gender, age, ethnicity, educational status, and also the teaching experience. Followed by the part B, teachers' acceptance, which consists of the key variables PE, EE, SI, FC, IB, and also the use behavior towards the use of Google Classroom, which consists about 30 items. These items have been validated and also test their reliability. Let us look at the reliability value here. The summary of a Cronbar alpha value for the pilot test, which have been conducted, shows that all the value have been ranges from 0.67 until 0.892, which is certainly acceptable, reasonable, and good. This can be derived. How does this reasonable? Based on the interpretation of a Cronbar alpha value by Tabor in 2018, where the yellow box highlighted here shows that the relevance, the reliability level from the acceptable until fairly high. The base validation was also done with 2 experts. 10 items have been removed from the 40 items, which have maintained the final 30 items in total. The process of data collection, we have been collecting the data from a Google Classroom. The process is identify the issues and problem, and followed by identifying the research population and sample. After that, prepare the questionnaires to evaluate the teacher's acceptance level. The researcher will also conduct the validity and reliability test. After that, the distribution will of the questionnaire under the approval of district officer and the state education ministry officer. After that, the data will be collected and analyzed using descriptive analysis and also the linear regression analysis, followed by discussion and the results, the interpretation of the results, and finally the researcher will come up with a conclusion and suggestions to be put forth for the further studies. And the final part here is the data analysis. Statistical package for social science SPSS version 26 will be used to analyze the data. A descriptive analysis which will be used to identify the mean and standard deviation of each variables, the teacher's acceptance level, and also the moderating variables. And the linear regression analysis, which will be also used to investigate the moderating variables, which are the teacher's age and also teacher's experience. Though this research will be helpful in identifying the teacher's acceptance level and what are the factors that variables affecting the teacher's level overall. And finally, how does the moderating variables in this research may affect the key variables towards the intention behavior and the use of Google Classroom among the primary school teachers. Thank you. With that, I thank you.
About to alert you, Miss Devika. Okay,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Devika. And definitely, I would like to open for the Q&A session now. And please on your mic to ask questions to Miss Devika, or maybe you can write in the chat box. I can read for you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the Q&A. Please ask your question, suggestions, comments, whatever for improvisations. I believe that Miss Devika also
Yes.
looking for that, right?
We are in the current process of amendments. It's not completed yet, so I highly welcome all the suggestions from the audience.
Ada orang tak ada orang nak tanya ke? Okay. Hi Devika.
Yes,
Because
good
that's
morning,
actually
Doctor.
no one is asking, right? Okay. Okay. Have you done the proposal defense?
Yes, Doctor, a week before.
Oh yeah. All right. Okay. So can because just now I think you are doing your tout, right?
Yes, Doctor, yes.
Yeah, you tout, and then okay. Can you go at the can you go to the because I also was not really listening, but can you go to the methodology part?
Oh, methodology. Okay, hold on, Doctor. Is it about research design?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
this is like apa tu? A survey, right?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, so how many samples that do you have?
We are up till now. We have before the amendments, before the proposal defense, it was just about 84. So under the guidance of after the evaluation of the proposal defense, so I need to actually work on getting more samples as per the number of population and also the relevant sample size given here in the Craigie and
300.
Morgan table. Yes.
I think do you think you can get this huge number because 361 is quite big. You know, from all this,
Doctor.
how do you plan to distribute the questionnaire?
Okay, well then, Doctor, after the preparing the questionnaire, I will be posting and applying for the approval from the district officer and also the state department, so that from through the state department, I will request to distribute the questionnaires so that the teachers will answer the questions.
Yeah, but how do you plan to distribute the questionnaire? You meaning
Okay,
like,
well, Doctor.
yeah,
Okay. Okay, the question is that after developing it, it will be, I will create a platform that is commonly used by the teacher, either a WhatsApp group, an official WhatsApp group, or a Telegram group. Through that, I will try to share the questionnaires, Doctor.
you mean like online, right? Through online.
Yes, through online, Doctor.
Okay, so how do you manage to find all these schools? I mean, from Hulu Perak, there are several schools, right? And then
Yes,
Korean, there
Doctor.
will be several schools. So how do you find the schools?
Yes, Doctor. This part is still under the amendments. I'm still looking for how to collect it because we have collected the number of school teachers. I need to refer back to the data portal on the each schools in the each district so that I can have the exact number of teachers for each school that are participating in this research.
All right. So I think you have to really identify which schools that are involved.
Yes.
All right. How many schools, and then what are the criteria for each
Yes.
school and the teachers? Okay.
Yes, Doctor.
Okay. Anyone else for the question? Question and answer.
Can I ask?
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Yes, Doctor.
Devika.
Yes, doctor. Yes, doctor.
All right, congratulations for coming this far. This question is usually asked in a Viva, but it's just something for you to think about.
Okay.
What do you think your contribution of the study would be?
Okay, my contribution of the study would be the teachers, based on the teachers' acceptance level, we will identify what are the key variables that influences the teachers' acceptance levels. So from that key variables, we can identify in detail what are the moderating variables that actually evaluates the key variables. After finding out the each variables that related to the use of Google Classroom, probably we will find out either the facilitating condition which has a significant um, effect on the use of behavior among the teachers. So probably I will come out with facilitating condition suggestions. What are the ways that we can provide the facilitations or technical support to the teachers so that all the teachers may able to use the Google Classroom, not to worry about it. They can confidently use the Google Classroom in their teaching practice. That will be the
That
contribution.
that is more suitable for your significance of study. But when you
Okay.
talk about contribution, it's a bigger aspect in which there are normally two types. Your contribution to the theory or the body of knowledge, and the other one would be to the practice. Okay.
Okay.
So from your findings, what you mentioned just now about the variables, about the mediators and so on, right? So
Yes.
these are very useful, would be very useful if they want to carry out the teaching using your findings. So you have to come up with something. So will it be a guideline or a framework? Okay,
Yes.
that one is for the what we mean by contribution. So what do you think yours would be? Would it be some kind of a guideline
It will
or a
be
framework?
it will be a sort of guideline, doctor. It's sort of a
Yeah.
guideline so that it will help them.
Yeah, they will help them, will
Mhm.
have the teachers, right, on
Yes,
what to
yes.
look for, right,
Mhm.
when they
Yes,
use this type of method, right?
yes, yes, yes.
Okay, that'll be all.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks for the questions, and also okay. Can somebody please mute the mic? Okay, Miss Devika, there's a few interesting comments and suggestions from Fadliana. From her experience, she told us that there no need to request from a PPD permission, and also just get the EPRD's permission before seeking the JPN's permission. And she also mentioned that JPN para is more helpful. So I think easy for you lah. Okay, and another one from Ahmad Zamri, and hi Devika and others. Okay, K and M 1970 table might be outdated. Oh, okay, he noted that there's a one table in your sharing that was a little bit outdated, and perhaps the guideline by the people like Hare and friends in 2013 might be useful for your research. Okay, thank you so much, Ahmad Zamri. Of course, very particular, right? Good. Okay, this is the what we want, right? Okay, also from Chandrapati, I can just sample the letter. Oh, okay, so she have the sample letter for you. You see, very, very helpful. And somehow it's our first session in our presentation today. Hopefully, very fruitful, Miss Devika. Any more questions to Miss Devika? Thank you, Miss Chandrapati, Dr. Chandra. Okay, so silence meaning there's no questions. So Miss Devika, thank you so much for your wonderful sharing. and hopefully you get a lot of input from the comments, suggestions, and so on. And please do take note with all the input that you given. Okay, thank you. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, okay, without wasting our time, what about if we call our second presenter? So our second presenter is Sama Zaki Abidin Abdul Ghani, okay, with the title, correct me if I'm wrong, Conventional Chatbot Mediated Learning, CML Framework to improve speaking, metacognition, and emotional intelligence skills for ESL learner in distance education. Ladies
Yes,
and
correct.
gentlemen,
Yes.
okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sama Zaki Abidin Abdul Ghani. The floor is yours.
Okay, sorry. I will start now sharing my screen. Is it clear now?
Yes, yes, we can see.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. As it's see in my slides, the title is AI Conversational Chatbot Mediated Learning CML Framework to Improve Speaking, Metacognition, Emotional Intelligence Skills for ESL learners in distance education. In this presentation, a detailed introduction, a literature review, a theoretical framework methodology will be covered. It is believed that the current research will contribute to the UAE Centennial 2071 vision for investigating in education, in education, focusing on advanced technology and for a diversified knowledge economy and for achieving a happy and cohesive society. And these consider the pillars of the UAE Vision 2071. But why the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, where I have my research, believes in the power of artificial intelligence or AI. In his book,
Sorry
Bates,
to interrupt, Miss Sama. Can you
yes,
please zoom or maybe please share your screen? I think the words is too small.
okay. Is it okay now?
I think it's better. Okay.
Okay. In his book, Bates, yeah, this screen is better. I'm trying to zoom out more. In his book, Digital Age, second edition, Tony Bates summarizes AI characteristics as responsive, decisive, adaptive, and independent tools. Also, he added goals for AI in higher education to cause lower cost and also increase retention, increase outcomes, decrease time of completion, and increase access to learning and resources. It's obvious that AI is changing education, but how AI is changing education industry. Normally, it is simplifying administrative tasks, provide smart content, personalized learning is provided, and also global learning and new efficiencies have been proven. For that, and other researcher experienced in English as a second language, a survey distributed in December 2020 for middle school female students grade 5 to 8 in Sharjah city in UAE to investigate one of the platform, AI-based platform in improving ESL skills. And speaking, and among the four skills, reading, writing, listening, and speaking, speaking was identified as the least supportive or improved skill. For the pilot study, also another question about skills that students target to develop next term, and the majority responded that speaking is their target skill. The researcher wanted to explore actually more apps and platform to improve English as a second language skills, and she used a Duolingo, and Duolingo is an American language learning website and mobile app as well as a digital language proficiency assessment exam aligned with CBER. And one of the questions have been selected is to rate how the students rate the experience with Duolingo and how often do they use Duolingo in their study. And the overall rate was very high, with a frequent use of the app on a daily and weekly basis. Duolingo provided also an app for schools with features designed to allow teachers to track students' progress. In their study, George and his in 2012 in study for effectiveness for Duolingo concluded that the usage for Spanish study was more effective than classroom language learning alone, the traditional method, but that Duolingo was less effective for advanced language learners. And that allowed teacher also and the researcher to investigate more about effectiveness of Duolingo in the pilot study. For pre-registration participants were asked about their target skill when they learn a language for not only English but other languages, and the high demand among all other skills, also speaking skills, was identified as the most demand skill as a target to be improved. After 8 weeks, a questionnaire of using Duolingo sent to participants to measure their attitude after their experience learning a new language with Duolingo, and significant responses indicated their positive attitude towards their belief that Duolingo helped them to gain confidence in learning new language independently without teacher interfere, and they were more self-regulation in terms of having their own specific time, and they have their more learning independently with Duolingo. Moreover, positive responses was for self-motivation and self-correction using the app. But however, participants again indicated that their need for more speaking practice skill in all languages among English, there are more other languages they start to learn, and speaking was the common comment. And it is evident from the pilot study results finding that AI-based platforms and apps do not support features to improve users' speaking skills in language learning in remote distance modes. These findings actually correlate with the trans study. The attitude of learners towards speaking is not positive, no matter online learning or face-to-face learning. Learners are not confident in speaking skills, while poor internet connection and sound quality may worsen their pronunciation, which leads to misunderstanding during speaking practice in distance learning. This is similar to the researcher observation during 1 year of distance learning. Students either do not have the self-confidence, self-direction, regulation, they are less motivated, have technical issues, or don't have the time to practice target language orally with the teacher or their peers during online classes. That leads to less social interaction in addition to social distance. And also overall, teachers can monitor students' reading, writing, and listening performance, but not speaking skills in language classes. And even when teachers use language assistive tools, they lack the conversational elements where users can practice speaking skills to motivate them to progress. To find a related solution, it is really nowadays rarely to find a company or a bank without a chatbot service since the rise of social distance. And recently, new tools like chatbots are being used interactively over many websites. And what is exactly chatbot? A chatbot is an artificial intelligence software that can simulate a conversation or a chat with a user in a natural language through messaging application, websites, mobile apps, or through the telephone even. But why are chatbots important? A chatbot is often described as one of the most advanced and promising expressions of interaction between human and machines. Chatbots, apps, and services have been used widely during the pandemic in different health and trade sectors. And the big question now, why not in education sector? That is why this research questions will try to investigate the chatbot's intervention in language learning with a focus on three main skills areas: speaking skills, metacognition, and emotional intelligence. To start with, the first main question: what approaches, programs are being used to design and develop a chatbot to improve ESL speaking skills, and how does that influence CML process and CML outcomes regarding our opportunities, challenges, strengths, and weaknesses? Second question, can chatbot-mediated learning, CML, affect ESL speaking, English as a second language, in regards of the sub-skills, fluency, vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation? Third question, can chatbot-mediated learning affect metacognition skills in regards of social self-regulation, self-direction, self-assessment, and self-correction? Can chatbot mediated learning affect emotional intelligence skills in regards of self-motivation, self-awareness, social awareness, and empathy? And final question, what effective instructional design or model or framework can be used to successfully integrate chatbot-mediated learning in remote ESL teaching and learning environment? From the point of view of students, teachers, parents, and administration. To design and develop a chatbot to improve, so the research objective number one is to design and develop a chatbot to improve ESL speaking, metacognition, and emotional intelligence skills, and to evaluate its effectiveness. Second objective, to determine whether there is a significant difference on ESL speaking sub-skills between students who used and did not use CML. To determine whether there is a significant difference on metacognitive sub-skills between students who used and did not use chatbot-mediated learning. And fourth objective is to determine whether there is a significant difference on emotional intelligence sub-skills between students who used and did not use chatbot-mediated learning. Finally, to investigate the effectiveness of an instructional design model, a framework to integrate CML in remote ESL teaching and learning environment. It is highly believed that the current study is significant because it will bridge the gap and open the gate for educators to benefit from chatbots technology and researchers in different aspects, not only in learning and teaching, but also in educational practices. It also will provide instructional designers new tools and approaches in their future curriculum and courses development. It will introduce a state-of-art prototype chatbot model that can be customized according to the learner's needs and interests. And finally, data discussed will show the positive impact of soft skills, emotional intelligence, and metacognitive elements on individuals when building future AI-based courses or platforms. For the time being, I will try to go quickly for the previous studies. Previous studies supported the current study hypothesis. Hayashi, Aiden, and Sita stated that chatbots enable students to receive individual support in a mistake-friendly environment through giving them the chance to apply their knowledge, their language skills anytime, anywhere, by providing, in his study, 17 students with daily conversation context. Students get the chance to use their knowledge in a simulated real-life situation, and this reduces actually the anxiety, increases the willingness to communicate in a foreign language. Also, as regard of metacognition, it provides feedback so students can learn from their mistakes in also as a critical thinking way. And emotional intelligence also is one of the positive that chatbots can improve because it shows they build the confidence and positive relationship and increase self-confidence between the language, using the language with the machine, and then they transfer it to a human learning with other peers. So the literature review the literature review as a summary will bridge the gap. There is a gap actually in studies in Arab countries. The chatbots developmental studies in educational field also are not much needed. Chatbots efficiency in language and learning and oral social communication also we need to see more studies and in this field. The theoretical framework in order to understand the process behind the chatbot mechanism and interaction with human, different disciplines must be reviewed to deepen the current research outcomes. So the researcher created a framework where to integrate language acquisition, neuroscience, and artificial intelligence theories to understand how chatbot can be built. Also important to explore the theories of computational linguistics and its relationship with the other emotional intelligence theories. In order to taking all related theoretical background, the study sample is students from cycle 2, cycle
Ladies and gentlemen, I think I have some technical issues, so please stay tuned. Miss Sama, I think you have 2 minutes left.
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, I was disconnected. Is the screen clear now?
Yes, yes, clear.
Okay. So I designed a chatbot is aimed not only to improve the oral communication skill, but also to create connections between learners' brain and their emotional intelligence to create better individual mindset and global citizens. Following the design thinking approach to answer the research questions as a chatbot is the independent variable to measure its effective on the 3 main dependent variables with the 12 sub-skills. The proposed methodology is to use a quasi-experiment study with 2 groups, 1 experiment and 1 controlled. First step is to give a pre-test to both groups. And the experiment group will use the chatbot mediated learning for 1 semester, and the other group will use the traditional teaching method. And then both groups will take the post-test. Participants of the study are randomly selected female students from middle school. The number of the sample between 50 to 100 students who have the access to chatbot mediated learning to provided after testing the functionality and the usability of the bots. So data analysis, speaking skill, emotional intelligence, and metacognition are dependent variables, while the chatbot is the independent variable. Will be used multiple of tools for answering question 1 and 5. Design thinking approach will be used for answering question 2. Speaking rubrics from Ministry of Education after getting the approval will be used for measuring post and pre-test. And for question 3 and 4 regarding metacognition and self will be used the Microsoft form questionnaire for metacognition and emotional intelligence questions. And sorry for the disconnection. And this is my presentation, and it is in the first stage. We're still early stage of the research. I hope that I can get some questions to help me go on in my research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sama Zaki Abidin Abdulghani. Indeed, a very good presentation with so many things that you have shared with us. So now, definitely, I would like to open for the Q&A session, and you may on your mic to ask questions, and or maybe you can write in the chat box, so I can read the questions to Sama. Okay.
Sure.
Hello, Assalamualaikum, Sama.
Alaikum salam.
Hi, congratulations, a very, very, very interesting topic, yeah, Sama.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to ask, you name it as CML, Chatbot Mediated Learning, right?
Yes.
Is this a term that you define it yourself, or it is the standardized term that everyone is calling it?
No, it's mine. It's just my own.
Oh, okay. All right.
So the aim of the research to find a framework that can be used as a guide for using chatbots in learning and teaching. So it's one of the objectives of the research.
Okay, okay. All right, understand. I just want to ask about your objective 1, yeah? You want to design and develop a chat box to improve the ESL speaking. So just to ask you, who will determine the improvisation? Who will determine the improvisation?
Sorry? It's not
Your
clear.
research objective 1, to design and develop a chat box
Yes.
to improve the ESL speaking, metacognition, and emotional intelligence skills, right? Okay. Who will determine whether it has been improved or not? Who decides the improvisation? Is it the machine? Is it the box, or there is someone behind it? Or so how do you measure that?
Okay. For the first question, I'm going to investigate different programs, different tools to build the chatbot for one or two modules in the curriculum. And we have pre-tests for students before and after using the program with the chatbot. And from measuring the differences, we can see how they improved students after using a chatbot from the results.
Okay, okay. All right. Okay, thank you. That's all from me, Sama. Very interesting, your research. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum Sama.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good.
Alhamdulillah. So Sama, yes, it's very interesting research. But just to ask you, are you going to develop a chatbot or you just
Yes.
design it?
Develop and design.
Develop, design and develop. So what are the apps that you are going to use, the application or the chatbot tools that you are going to use? Is it the one that you present or the new one?
No, Duolingo is already made one, and it doesn't support actually speaking skill. That is why I'm going to investigate. There are different tools and programs to build the chatbot, and from different companies and different, like from Google, there is programs from IPM. There are programs, and I'm going to investigate different ones. That's why I have a design thinking approach to create a prototype chatbot. So I'm still in the first stage, investigating different programs to the best that can be easier later for anyone, and any educator and any teacher can be customized and used in the future.
Okay, Sama, it's good. However, my suggestion is, first of all, you need to investigate the variable that you use in your research first. Then only you can go for the tools or the application, the program that suit with your variables, okay, with your respondent and also the one that you investigate. Okay, not the tools first, okay? For example, you are investigating all the tools available of AI chatbot, okay? And then when you have selected that tools, it is not suit with the one that you said just now that you present about the speaking skills and other skills, okay? So, and what you have did before is not the pilot study, it is a need analysis study, okay? Where you want to know what are the, environment factors or environment current situation, okay, in your research study, okay? So another thing that you said, the DV is chatbot, right?
Yes.
Okay, DV cannot be the chatbot, okay? I mean, your chatbot, you are going to make it as the first one, design and develop, okay? So when it is the first objective, it cannot be the DV, the dependent variable, okay? Because you need to have the chatbot, you develop the chatbot first, okay? So that chatbot is not depend on your IV, okay? I mean, the chatbot is your IV, okay? All your variables is depending on the chatbot that you have developed, because that is the first objective. You design and develop, okay? Then only you proceed. You test the chatbot to look at all the, your variables that you want to look at your research question, next research question, okay? So I think you need to look back at your variables, okay? Because your chatbot cannot be the DV, okay? Because that is the first objective, okay? So that is my comment. Okay.
Okay.
So good
Yes,
luck
very
for
good.
your future studies.
Yes, thank you, doctor. It's really very valuable feedback. I will consider it.
Ms. Ahmad, so there is a feedback from Dr. Rohaya. Your study is very interesting. However, there are too many variables. So she's also advised you to be more focused, and also for the theory, you need to look for the other one. And she said it's not on ComSky in terms, the ComSky is not suitable. Okay, according to Dr. Rohaya.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any more questions to Miss Sama? And I'm very much interested with the Duolingo, Miss Sama. And I noticed that it's one of the free apps that can be used for the children's. And yeah, interesting. So I just Googled and found out some information. So I learned something today.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you
If
so
there's
much.
no questions to Miss Sama, and I think thank you so much, Miss Sama, for the presentation today.
Thank you so much.
So participants, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite our third presenter, Saima Khan, which is one of very active participants from yesterday's event. I can see she posted so many things in the chat box. Okay, with the title of Exploring the Potential of Digital Storytelling for Developing English Speaking Skills, a brief overview. Ms. Saima Khan, the room is yours.
Thank you so much. Let me share my screen first. Are you all able to see my screen? Could you please confirm?
Yes, Ken.
Okay, thank you. So, just a moment. Okay. So, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Saima Khan. I'm currently pursuing my PhD, specializing in English language education. I'm in my first semester at the School of Educational Studies, University of Science, Malaysia. I'm working under the supervision of Associate Professor Dr. Azida Abu Zubain as my main supervisor and Dr. Allah Bakhsh as my co-supervisor from School of Languages, Literacies and Translation. Just a moment, I'm unable to change my slides. Can I reshare my screen again?
Yes, yes, you can.
Okay, so today I'll be briefing you about my research that is titled, under the title for today is Exploring the Potential of Digital Storytelling for Developing English Speaking Skills. Well, speaking English is challenging, intense, and sometimes stressful. It is cognitively and psychologically challenging, especially when you realize your audience. You need to be fluent in your speech, coherent, grammatically accurate, and rich in vocabulary. And sometimes you just feel like throwing up. Or maybe it's speaking English is your worst nightmare. So the past researches highlight that ESL learners face a number of issues in oral communication. And learners also tend to frequently code switch between their first language and English. So this is because of the prevalent teacher-centered approach or the traditional method in language teaching that is still widely used today. And also because there are no specific activities of developing speaking skills. So as educators, it is our responsibility to think of new and creative ways of helping students develop their English proficiency. So past studies highlight that even the recent studies highlight that use of technology integration in language learning can prove to be substantially effective. Also, the role of peer feedback is considered to be significant, and feedback provided by peers has been found to be more benefiting than feedback received from the instructors. Therefore, peer feedback is considered in assisting improving English speaking skills of learners. Here, digital storytelling comes in handy. It is essentially a constructivist learning strategy that promotes task-based, technology-enriched, and learner-oriented educational environment. So in my research, I would be designing and developing an English language module that would involve speaking tasks based on digital storytelling. The module would target 4 aspects of speaking that would be adopted from IELTS speaking band descriptors that are fluency and coherence, lexical resources, grammatical range and accuracy, and finally pronunciation. Moreover, the module would involve participants in the process of peer feedback using online platform as a means to scaffold their language learning. Therefore, this study is an attempt to evaluate the effectiveness of the design module in improving Malaysian ESL learners' English speaking proficiency. So here it becomes important to look at what past researchers state. When we look at the global trend, teachers' incompetence with technological advancement is considered to be a major concern in promoting technology-integrated curriculums. Teachers also reflect a high need for working methods and concrete examples of designing lessons around technology. Whereas when we specifically look at Malaysian context, both students and teachers in Malaysia are not very much familiar with the innovative technology-enriched language instructions. The use of digital storytelling, or DST, as a language learning tool is still ignored in many language contexts. And also, finally, there is a lack of proper framework for incorporating digital storytelling and language learning. Moreover, the use of digital storytelling for improving speaking skills of the learners is not adequately addressed in the past literature. Globally, digital storytelling has been explored and its benefit has been gauged on improving students' writing skills and on listening skill. Few studies do have focused on speaking skill, and studies also have reflected on the importance of using DST for improving students' motivation, critical thinking, and academic success. While when we look at the Malaysian context, digital storytelling has been explored to evaluate how much it is benefiting students in improving their English vocabulary, their English reading responses, their perception for language literacy, and also few studies focus on moral education. But we see past researchers fall short in adequately addressing the use of digital storytelling in improving English speaking skills of the learners. This area needs focus, and it is important to work on this matter because Malaysian learners lack oral proficiency. They also have issues in pronunciation, and research highlight that there are no explicit teaching strategies for speaking skill. The third problem that would be addressed in this study is the lack of peer feedback during online teaching and learning activity. Student absence and lack of participation in the feedback process is considered to be a major concern, and this is because there are not enough online interactive activities, and also there is the lacking proper channels for peer interaction. Therefore, it is essential to craft online teaching and learning activities that provide adequate space for learners to collaborate. So therefore, my study aims to design and develop an English language module based on digital storytelling. It would investigate its effect or the effect of English language module based on DST on Malaysian ESL learners' English speaking skill in terms of fluency and coherence, lexical resources, grammatical range and accuracy, and finally pronunciation. Moreover, it would examine its role in promoting collaborative language learning through peer feedback among students. And finally, it would examine the key elements of DST-based module that assist in improving students' English language speaking proficiency. Such a research becomes significant as it provides technology-enriched, student-centered environment for English language learners. It also proves to be a viable blueprint for a future-oriented approach to language learning in the post-pandemic context. And it is hoped that it would assist teachers, learners, instructors, and academicians working in this direction to engage the learners in explicit speaking activities by adopting the module. And finally, it would assist in designing English language learning materials with educational technology in a pedagogically sound way. Okay, when we talk about the literature, currently I'm working on literature that focuses on digital storytelling, Malaysian ESL learners, technology integration in English language teaching, specifically in Malaysia. This would help me in demilitating the research gap or highlighting the research gap. Moreover, the theories that forms the foundation of this research are constructivist learning theory that includes both cognitive constructivism and social constructivism. Second theory is task-based language learning. Next is social cultural theory, and finally the Eddy model. The next step is to design a conceptual framework wherein variables will be identified and their relationship has been established, and finally theories are located. Here is the conceptual framework of my study. The English language module based on digital storytelling acts as the independent variable. Its effect would be gauged on the following dependent variables that are fluency and coherence, lexical resources, grammatical range and accuracy, and pronunciation. So to answer and to address the above aims and objectives, the research would adopt a mixed research methodology in which a quasi-experimental design and a qualitative approach would be adopted. Sample would be collected from undergraduate students from English Preparatory Program from SOLAT at University Science Malaysia. And a sample would be collected using non-randomized technique where students with similar English language proficiency level would be allotted to both the treatment and the control group. And English language module based on digital storytelling would be designed and developed using the Eddy model. And finally, to answer research question 2 and its subparts, a quasi-experimental design would be adopted that would include non-randomized pre-test, post-test study design. So there will be a control group and a treatment group. The control group would be exposed to traditional teaching method, while intervention in the form of English language module based on DST would be used for the treatment group. So both these groups will have a pre-test, a teaching period, and then finally a post-test. And to answer research question number 3 and research question number 4, an open-ended questionnaire would be used. So finally, talking about the research instruments and data analysis technique, for the quantitative research instruments include speaking proficiency performance test and assessment rubric are adopted from IELTS. And the quantitative data would be analyzed using descriptive statistics and one-way ANCOVA. While on the other hand, for the qualitative research instrument, I have an open-ended questionnaire and it would be analyzed using content analysis. So here are some of the key references for today. That's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Saimakan. Indeed, a very good research. And let's hear from our audience with some suggestions, comments, or maybe some questions to Ms. Saimakan. So, ladies and gentlemen, you may switch on your mic if they say you have any questions, or maybe you can put in the chat box. I can read for the questions.
Yes, Assalamualaikum, Saima. How are you?
Waalaikumsalam, Doctor. I'm good. Hope you are good too.
Okay, so a very good presentation. So
you.
the first thing is your title. Okay, because are you changing your title or you are still stating?
Yeah. Like the title of my thesis is Designing and Developing an English Language Module Based on Digital Storytelling. This is just for the presentation today because it will be finally published.
Okay, so because if for the presentation, it is not tally with what you have presented, because the title is, more towards the qualitative approach. Okay,
Yeah,
because you're exploring. Okay, and if you're changing your title, if you state as design and development, it's not enough. Okay, I mean, you need to look at the effectiveness, okay, of the module that you are going to design and develop. Okay, so and you need to have a name of your module. Okay, I mean, what is the name is you are going to decide it. Okay, so and then are you going because when I look at the first introduction, you are talking about schools, students. Okay, so however, your research is on the higher education level, right?
Yes, that's right.
So you need to highlight more into the adults learning lah. okay, how for the speaking skills, okay, so it is different between the level for the schools and also higher education, okay.
Okay.
I think you need to look back at your modules. Okay, what are the model that you use to develop your module?
I'll be using AD model.
AD model. Okay, so when you use AD model, okay, you need to have the analysis part first. Okay, so for the analysis part, then you can, you know what you're going to design with your story, or is it storytelling based, right?
Yeah, digital storytelling, that's right.
Digital storytelling. So what are the apps or the platform or program that you're going to use?
Like I would be deciding it later. I am like in a very recent stage of my study.
Do you have any
I
in your
just
mind?
registered in, like, yeah, I have a few.
Okay, so
But
I
I'm
mean,
still researching
yeah,
on having some concrete ground.
yeah. So I mean, in your mind, what are the, I mean, digital storytelling that you are going to, I mean, to do? You're planning, okay? It's just in your mind. Of course, you need to do research on that, okay? But you need to have one, I mean, your imagination about what are the digital storytelling that you are going to do.
Okay, like basically, I would be in my module. I would be providing guidelines and tasks for students to design digital storytelling. So,
oh, I mean your module. Oh, okay.
yeah. So the
So they are
students would
going.
be designing it, but although the module would be comprehensive enough to guide them in how to do that and which apps to use and from where they can like get hand of it. So the module would include all those steps, but the actual designing of the digital storytelling would be done by the students as they would record their audio. So like it would include many tasks, and one of the tasks would be this. So it would give them a practice of speaking. This is
So
what,
this is I mean the activities, right? Is it?
instructor, the activities.
Okay, so the activities for the students. I think okay, for the first thing is you need to look at your module. Okay, is it just for activities? Do you have any content for the speaking skills? Okay, so in the module you need to have the whole teaching and learning process. Okay, you cannot have a part of that is just the activities. Okay, so my suggestion, you need to look at the whole teaching and learning process until the assessment.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
so that is my suggestion and comment. So good luck and best of luck of your future studies.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Really helpful suggestions.
Thanks, Doctor, for the question. There's one question from Christina Ong. Could you please briefly explain the digital storytelling task that you'd like to assign to the students? Are you going to ask the undergraduate to retell an existing story, or they're supposed to write their own? Or they're supposed to they're supposed to create their own? Saima?
Like to the answer for your question is like as of now, I have like the rough plan I have in my mind for the module and the task that it would include is that they would like create their own stories. So, but like it can range from any of it. Maybe the initial would be from retelling and then slowly moving on to more complex tasks where they would tell their stories on their own, or like having a mix of both. So, but the main aim at the base of it lies on giving them practice of speaking skill. So like I'm still working on it, and hopefully I would come out with something really robust and good.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Saima. There's another one also from Kelvin Kong. Do you need permission in using the developed module by others since it's used in your tool?
Could this question be more clarified? I'm unable to understand what the person wants to
Maybe
ask.
there's something that you mentioned in your research that you have used the tools or maybe module developed by others.
Oh, well, like as of what I understand from your question is like I would be designing and developing my own module. So like for implementing that module, I would be conducting the research on English preparatory program at School of Languages, Literacies and Translation at USM. So I would take the permission of the ethics committee for that.
I think that's the yes, yep, okay. So he said understand and thanks. Okay, any more questions to Miss Saima Khan?
Hi, Assalamualaikum. Saima,
Yeah, Walaikum Assalam, Doctor.
I want to ask you, objective 3, to examine the role of your digital storytelling based module in promoting the collaborative learning part. This digital storytelling, they are online, right? And then,
Yes.
how do you get feedbacks from their peers and make it as collaborative?
Well, for that, I have thought of incorporating many other platforms where students would share their digital storytellings, and like each stage they design, like they record it or they create the graphics out of it. So for each stage they will post it out there and their peers would comment on it or give
Okay.
suggestion, constructive feedback. So that is how an online platform
All right,
I'm aiming
means
to do that.
you are involving multiple platforms to get that collaborative statements and feedbacks from the students.
Yes, Doctor, that's right.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Sama.
Thank you
Thank
so much,
you.
Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Rosniza. There's another one also from Dr. Rohaya. Salam Saima, congratulations on your current success, and consider a theory of speaking skills, and also consider another university for your control group to avoid the data to be contamination. And also there's another one, the interesting part that Dr. Rohaya said that since you want the student to write the digital storytelling first, meaning to say that you are not only looking at their speaking skill, you are also looking at their writing skills. So I think maybe you have to consider that also, Miss Saima. Any comments on this?
Yeah, Walaikum Assalam, Doctor. Thank you so much. And well, thank you for your suggestion on having another university for the control group. And for the next part is, yeah, indeed, it like digital storytelling focuses immensely on writing skills as well. But here I want to take a bit different turn, wherein like my focus in all the tasks, that is like an aim I hope to achieve, that would at the end of the day would be on improving speaking skills. So all the activities would be more into having extensive speaking tasks, and a very reduced portion would involve them to creatively write or rewrite any story. So that is how I would maintain the balance and the focus of my research. I
Yeah,
hope to do that.
Simon. So when you write, you have to emphasize on the speaking skill instead of the writing skill. The approach is very good because you want them to produce their own stories. It will be a very good class activity. But for when you do a PhD, so you need to be focused. Is therefore in your write-up you have to consider that, right? You have to emphasize on the speaking skill, as you said, right? I have another question. This is just out of curiosity. Are you a Malaysian?
No, I'm Indian.
You're from India. You're
Yeah,
mainly
I'm from India.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I wonder how are you going to get the access to do this study in Solat?
Like my co-supervisor is from Sola.
Okay, so you'll have to
So,
do,
yeah.
get the permission from the university. Yeah,
Yes,
so
Doctor.
yeah, the control group has to be from another university.
Okay.
All right, thank
Okay.
you. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rohaya. And indeed, a lot of input, right, Miss Saima, right? So hopefully you really benefit in this particular sharing session. So if there's no questions, I think thank you so much, Miss Saima, for your presentation and also sharing your research interest.
Thank you so much for giving me the chance.
Okay. So participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to call our fourth presenter for today. Before I'm going to give a short break. Okay, so let's we call our fourth presenter, Dr. Hatim El-Haq, with the title of Designing and Implementing Augmented Reality for Biomechanics of Tooth Movement Module. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Hatim El-Haq.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Hatim El-Haq. Please let me know if you can hear my voice well.
Yes, very clear.
Yeah, okay. So my name is Dr. Hatim El Hag. I am a dentist and I have a master's degree on orthodontist. I am practicing now my ortho. And let me share my screen. So can you guys, can you see my screen? Hello?
No, you are
Not
not
yet,
sharing yet.
Hatim. Not yet.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, now.
Now you can see.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So my project or my thesis is about designing and implemented augmented reality for biomechanics of tooth movement modules. Actually, I am working under the supervision of Dr. Nurhan Mukhtar. My research is about we are trying to implement or to introduce technology on teaching dental subjects, and we choose biomechanics because biomechanics is one of the important subjects in orthodontics. So it's considered as like the cornerstone of ortho. So students who master these subjects will be able to treat patients well, and it's considered like the basic subjects of biomechanics of orthodontics. That's why we choose these subjects to improve the current teaching method through introducing the digital or IR technology in education. So the introduction is dental teaching and learning, which emphasize an comprehensive approach required or needs a direct and close supervision of the students. The practical exercise demonstrated by a tutor, following which the tasks are repeated in the laboratory. Dental education is one of the organizations that are being disrupted by technology and digitalization. Today, schools and university students no longer want to learn by reading books only and copying text. They want to use the technology to be in the classroom. That's why this is our target now in this project. So, what are the augmented reality? So, augmented Azuma in 1997, he divided augmented reality by three characteristics. So first, it's a combination between real and virtual. And second, it is the interaction in real time. And third, it must be registration in 3D. So any system that develop these three characteristics, it considers as augmented reality, which is different from virtual reality. I am going to also define what is virtual reality. Virtual reality, it's referred to all non-physical simulated complex or media that are generated and maintained by computer. The definition is emphasize two perspectives. One is the technological perspective, which virtual reality is a complex of sets of various technologies organized for an interactive purpose. The other is a psychological perspective, showing virtual reality as technology that offer various degree of social media and behaviors of sensory psychological immersion. So advantage of the virtual reality it's combined toward transforming the passive module of teaching toward the active student-centered learning, and virtual reality program will aid in learning subsequence of procedures. Virtual reality strength prior knowledge and also help to clarify the doubt, because we are all allowed to observe a bone structure in 3 dimensions of space and better understand the relationship without having an image. So the difference between the augmented reality and virtual reality runs over environment completely computer generated. and all user can take, touch, or interact with its virtual. While in augmented reality, it use element to enhance real world and user experience. Virtual reality replaces the physical world, and however, augmented reality does not. The level of information of virtual reality is 100%. Usually, users are fully detached from the real or physical world, while augmented reality users are fully connected with the physical world. So virtual reality need a powerful processor, while augmented reality is able to offer interesting service through tablets or mobile phones. Virtual reality is 10% real and 90% virtual, while in augmented reality it's the vice versa. It's 70% real and 25% virtual, and the percent depend on the application. So how does augmented reality work? Augmented reality can be displayed in various devices: screen, glasses, handheld devices, mobile phone, head-mounted displays. It involves technologies like simulations, location, and mapping, depth tracking. And the component of the augmented reality, it's camera and sensor, processing and projection, reflection. Usually the camera and sensor for data collection. The processing is eventually should act like a computer or something modern like smartphone. The projection is refers to maintaining projector or augmented reality headset which take data from sensor and project digital content. The reflection is some augmented reality devices have mirrors to assist human eyes to view virtual images. So the types of augmented reality, it have 4 types. I will just go a little bit fast so we can discuss more about what is this related to dentistry or to orthodontist. The type of augmented reality, it has 4 types. It's marker-based augmented reality, markerless augmented reality, or projection-based augmented reality, or superimposition-based augmented reality. So the augmented reality can be used today in today's education in many ways. It can be used like for faster learning, for motivation, interaction, collaboration, and verdict. So the benefit of augmented reality, it's accessible. The benefit of augmented reality, it's like accessible learning materials anytime, anywhere. No special equipment is required. Higher student engagement and interest, improved collaboration capabilities, a faster and more effective learning process, practical learning, safe and efficient workplace training, universally applicable to any level of education and training. This is the benefits of the augmented reality. So the challenges of the augmented reality in education, it's a lack of necessary training because it's a new technology. So some teacher might struggle putting this new technology into practice because of the background training does not provide the necessary skills. It is dependence on hardware. Using augmented reality in a classroom require a certain resource base. For example, not all students can afford to have smartphone or capable of supporting augmented reality application. Number 3, it's content portability issue. The augmented reality application you build needs to work equally well on all platform device. However, it's practically impossible to provide the same quality of augmented reality content to any device. So, the reason why the augmented reality application are must for the generator student, for a better explanation of complex and abstract concepts, elevate student engagement, no extra tools requirement, and practical knowledge, accessible learning. The disadvantage of augmented reality, it's very expensive to implement and develop augmented reality technology-based projects and to maintain it. It's very costly to develop and enable the device. Lack of privacy in major drawback of augmented reality. Low performance level of augmented reality device is major drawback which can arise during the testing phase. lack of security that may affect the overall augmented reality principle. So this is the major part why, or the related things to the industry. There are many companies that try to come up with 3D simulation to help the dentist to predict tooth movement and final tooth position. But there are many limitations for that. Example, they are just limited to dentists, and in most cases, they are exclusively for clear aligners. And clear aligners, it is a kind of treatment that we use to align and straighten the teeth. It is different from the traditional braces. So the 3D simulation which are available now in the market is just specified for one type of treatment. And in this study, we are trying to come up with 3D simulation which will target the student, not the dentist. We are trying to target the student to visualize tooth movement and to understand the biomechanics, which will help the student to deeply understand the movement pathway through the 3D simulation, which will be available for all ortho students. So the justification of the study, it is the proposed research is for the high demand of using technology in teaching and learning in the industry. The study will help the student to better and deep understand the biomechanics of tooth movement through the use of technology and learn how to predict final tooth position and and also predict the final arch form using 3D simulation, which can give guide on the treatment progress. The study will also emphasize the gaps between the traditional learning method and the smart learning technique. So the problem statement, what are the difficulties that current students are facing with the current teaching methods? What are the current technology used for understanding biomechanics of tooth movement? What will make this study useful for dental student and dental practitioner? And how it will help them to better and deep understand the biomechanics of tooth movement. What makes this study different from other related studies done before, and how technology will help in improving teaching and understanding biomechanics of tooth movement. So this is a review of related study. Dental education is one of the organizations that being disrupted by technology and digitalization. Nowadays, schools and university students no longer want to learn by books and copying text. They want to use technology in the classroom. The New Jersey Institute of Technology report that augmented reality has the potential to revolutionize learning in primary and secondary school more than any technology has done in the past or recent years. So I will just go a little fast. The limitation of current teaching and learning. Currently, dental teaching and learning has a number of limitations. Example, and this is just some of the limitation that are being, some of the limitation for the current teaching and learning. Example of that, one teacher have also like creative thinking. Also, it need direct and close supervision of the students, and representing have been performed to transform the clinical skills from lecturer to the student. Teacher also have like creative thinkings in regard to the new methods that can be used in dental and teaching and learning. Another limitation is the syllabus or the colloquium of the biomechanics. Also another limitation that some of the skills it must be demonstrated by the teacher in the lab so the student can repeat that one. So in the absence of the teacher or of the tutor, the student will no longer be able to do the skills or to improve the skills. So the orthodontic education is comprised of academic and practical and clinical settings. In orthodontic postgraduate program, the nature of education and training has a different complexity compared to other specialists. The treatment is held by continuous follow-up and regulated care addressing different stage in the treatment. According to the World Federation of Orthodontists, the orthodontist postgraduate curriculum mandates a minimum of 24 hours of supervised patient managed, 6 hours dedicated, and 10 to 12 hours of research and administration per work. The variety methods used to present sorry. Oh, sorry, I'm back. Sorry, I have some technical issues, sorry. Yeah, okay. So let's go back. The current technology in orthodontics, the virtual learning environment was formally introduced to orthodontic postgraduate teaching program in October 2006, with the main role to support the existing detectable teaching. So orthodontic records used to collect the data, establish, diagnose, and develop problem solution. However, this record can damage a lost or when displayed, a student need to be stored or maintained every year. Therefore, orthodontic diagnosis websites have been set up to save the records or to maintain the records. So I will explain to you in short what is this study about. This study we will first diagnose, or we will study first we are going to make a survey for this from the student in USM, especially in those who are studying ortho, to know what is their lack or what is their deficiency in the curriculum. After that, we are going to refer that to the computer science department, because this project is combination between ortho and computer science department. For us in orthodontist, we are going to diagnose, or we are going to assist to explain to the computer science department which are the area that the student need to have the 3D simulation to help them to better understand the subject matter. And after that, the computer science department, with the help of with our supervision, are going to design a 3D simulation. Then we are going to give this 3D simulation to the student, and after that we are going to make the test for the usability, the test for the usability or the success of the 3D simulation, and is this 3D simulation help them to understand the subject matter, or still there is difficulties. So this is in short my proposed research or my proposed project. And I don't want to make this presentation long by just a theoretical part. I hope that you can start asking me some question to elaborate more on the things which is not clear for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hatim El-Haq. And definitely, let's hear from our audience here. You can open your mic to ask the questions, or maybe you can put in the chat box the questions, suggestions, and so on. Okay, any questions to Dr. Hatim?
Hello, hi, Assalamualaikum, Dr. Hatim.
Yes, hi.
I want to ask something about your research gap.
Okay.
Just now you mentioned something about teachers do not have enough or sufficient knowledge on using augmented reality.
Yes.
Were you referring to just orthodontist education, or?
Yes, because my research is about orthodontics. It's about ortho, specifically the biomechanics subjects. So I'm referring to them on this part.
So is it orthodontic education or orthodontic teachers? Teachers, they are teachers, or they are educators as a whole?
No, as a teachers, like those who are teaching the biomechanics.
Yeah, all right. Also another question.
Yes.
That justification that you just mentioned, is it
Mhm.
covering all 4 types of AR? The base, marketless, projecting, is it covering all 4 types of AR or specific ARs?
No, in general, because this part need to be discussed with the computer science department, because they are also going to work with us on this project. So for me, I believe that it cover all the 4 aspects, but it's also need a confirmation from the computer science department.
So I think that is your opinion. So that means, or is it based on literatures?
Yes, it's based on literature reviews.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, Dr. Hatim, how are you?
Yes, hi.
Okay, so good. So it's very interesting topics. However, I would like to ask, are you a lecturer that teach biomechanics? What?
No, I'm practicing ortho. I am an orthodontist.
Also, you are not the one who developed the AR, tools, right? Are you going to,
No,
what is it, design?
I developed I recently developed the biomechanics module, the content of the
Okay.
subject.
So the
So based,
module, you were developing
yes,
the module, okay?
yes, yes, yes.
The-
And
Okay,
based
so
on
the
that
AR
modules,
tools,
sorry,
the AR tools, the augmented reality tools, who are going to develop?
the computer science department.
Okay, so have you developed the module, or you are still in the process of designing the module?
You know, we are still in the process of designing the modules.
Okay.
Actually, first we are going to identify. We are going to the research is consists of three experiment. The first experiment is we are going to distribute a questionnaire or a survey to the student to know the area of their lacking or the area of weakness. Then based on that, we are going to focus our simulation or our augmented reality on based on the weakness which the student are going to mention. Then after that, after we design the augmented reality, we are going to apply to the teacher and the student as well and see their feedback about it.
Okay, are you using any instructional design model when developing the module?
Oh, this one, yes. This one is going to be based on the result that we are going to get from the questionnaire or from the data that we are going to collect from the student.
Okay, so when you develop the module, do you use any model, instructional model that you use to develop the module, or you just develop that module without using any models?
Oh, this part, the developing of the modules will be discussed with the computer science to come up with the best module based on the data we collect.
So you're collaborating with the computer science department?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
I
yes.
see. Okay, so thank you. Best of luck for
All
your
right.
research.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for the question. And there's one question from Omalua. Will it not be better to state your problem statement in the prose instead of stating in the question form? I think there's maybe suggestions from Omalua.
Yes, yeah. Thank you for the suggestion. Yes, we will discuss it also with the supervisor and see the opinion. Thank you for this suggestion. We
And
can
also,
it can be we can also change it to, instead of a question, we can make it as an open-ended sentence. No problem.
okay. So CS have their own method in development. That's from Dr. Siti Mastura. Okay. So if they say there's no questions, any more questions? Okay. If they say there's no questions, thank you so much, Dr. Hatim Elhaq, for this wonderful sharing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break for 10 minutes. So please stay online. We will start shortly. Welcome back and thanks for being with us, ladies and gentlemen. So, without wasting our time, allow me to welcome our fifth presenter, Mr. Zhang Xiao, with the title of Improving Teachers' Academic Emotion Regulation Ability in Online Learning Community. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Zhang Xiao.
Hi, I'm here. Can you listen my voice?
Yes, very clear.
Wait for a moment. The internet is not weird. Dear doctor, can you see my slide?
You are sharing the content.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Yes. So I think
Okay.
maybe you can present your screen. Yep.
Is it wrong now?
Yes, Ms. Zhang Xiao, the floor
Okay.
is yours.
Okay. Thank you for. Okay. Thank you for Dr. patience. My research title is Improving Teachers' Academic Emotion Regulation Ability in Online Learning Community. It includes for foreign contents. Cultural. The first part, introduction, with practical application of a large number of online learning forms. It has become a hot phenomenon in the field of education in recent years for teachers to learn by themselves, construct knowledge, and share knowledge with the help of online learning communities. This is not only influenced by the development of online learning communities. This is not influenced by the development of online learning community around the world, but also comes from the inherent needs of teachers' professional development. Recent studies on teacher learning community provide different perspectives to understand the influence of online learning community on teaching and learning. In the process of learning, teachers will have various academic emotions which change due to various factors and have different influence on learning effects. However, in an online learning community, individuals, peers, and groups all have emotions, and the teacher's academic emotion regulation ability is quite different. Teaching experience and personality characteristics are also regarded as factors that affect a teacher's academic emotion regulation ability. Background of the study: for a long time, education departments all over the world have attached importance to the promotion and the construction of online learning communities. Informal online learning community has become an important platform for teachers' professional development, and it plays an important role in multidimensional communication, tacit learning, and knowledge interaction. In China, paying attention to teachers' learning experience is one of the important footholds of the research on the reform of teachers' team construction in basic education in the new era. And it is also an important starting point for promoting teachers' lifelong learning and professional development and building high-quality professional teachers. Duncan Howard found through investigation that most of the teachers interviewed belong to 1 to 3 online community members, and the main reasons for them to join the online community professional development needs, and emotional support. Here are the problem statements. Firstly, most teachers use online learning communities for self-learning. There are few studies on teachers' learning experience. Past studies highlight that in 2004, China's Ministry of Education has approved 67 traditional face-to-face colleges and universities to carry out modern distance education pilot work. In 2018, more young and middle-aged teachers use the network for formal or informal learning. Secondly, teachers' participation is lower in online learning community. Past studies highlight that teachers are not participating enough in online learning communities due to lack of training or time, technical, and interaction problems. In China, teachers are not motivated to participate in the communities. Not all teachers are fully involved in the online learning community. And most teachers are still just observers, lacking consultation and meaningful participation. It's essentially to focus on this issue because online learning community is a channel for teachers to improve their self-learning. Improve teachers' participation is conducive to achieving the effect of self-learning. Teacher self-learning affects the quality of teaching. Thirdly, there are lack of professional and emotional support by the online teachers community that leads to low participations. Past studies highlight the importance of emotional support, and when the host increase emotional support, some worry for the participants can participate in discussions more frequently. Fourthly, there are few studies on teachers' emotion in educational situations and even less on teachers' academic emotion. Negative emotion by the online teachers community that leads to low participations, and in contrast, positive emotion. Research objective number 1, to investigate the level of teachers' participations in online learning community. Number 2, to explore the factors of teachers' low participations in online learning community. Number 3, to explore how professional and emotional support in online learning community leads to teachers' participations. Number 4, to explore how positive emotion can improve teachers' ability to regulate academic emotion and enhance teachers' participations in online learning community. The second part, literature review, TOCL academic China contest. Teachers online learning community China. Teachers online learning community in China. Technical teachers TOCL. Academic emotion regulation ability, series studied, community of inquiry, positive psychology, theoretical and additional factors and framework development, teachers' ability to regulate self-study emotion, teachers' ability to adjust individuals in online learning community, teachers' ability to regulate academic emotion of online learning community groups, gender, teaching experience, character trait. The third part, this is my conceptual framework. First of all, ask the questions, make the research hypothesis based on the question. Secondly, develop the questionnaire on teachers' academic emotion regulation ability in online learning community to review the current situation and the influencing factors of teachers' academic emotion regulation ability in online learning community. Finally, in empirical research, the relationship between teachers' academic emotion regulation ability and the learning effect, and the relationship between teachers' academic emotion regulation strategies and the learning effect. It is to study the identification of variables relations in hypothesis 2. Relationships between variables. Hypothesis 2, teachers' academic motion negation ability in online learning community is influenced by many factors, including gender, age, teaching experience, region, type of online learning community, and so on. This is hypothesis 2. As you can see in the chart, one research objective corresponds to one research question and one research method. In this study, I will use the convenient summary method. The serving objective is technical teachers. There are 13,000 teachers in the online community, and the teachers from the technical teachers community in representative administrative regions were selected to distribute questionnaires. Based on 95% confidence and 5% error limit, the estimated answer rate is 50% and of the basic calculation sample size. In this study, 20 teachers will be interviewed in depth, and 2 to 3 rounds of questionnaire surveying will be conducted, with the number of each survey controlled at 200 to 300, and data analysis was planned. The first part, my research, is combining qualitative research and quantitative research, literature research method, qualitative text analysis method, grounded theory, case study method, investigation research method, structure equation model analysis method. The research tools that are expected to be used, Python tools, Max QDA software, IBM Sparse 24, IBM Immerse 26, data collection procedures. The first step, design the questionnaire according to the model and the indicators, and publish it through the professional questionnaire website. Questionnaires. The second step, send the questionnaire in through various channels such as WeChat, discussion group, online learning community cycle, chat forums, and reach the target group. The third step, adopt incentive measures such as WeChat and calculate envelopes to improve the response volume and efficiency. The fourth step, the data obtained by the questionnaire is real-time and stored in the website server, so there is no need to worry about data loss. The fifth part, significance of the study, develop a measuring tool for teachers' learning motion regulation ability in online learning community to provide an available and feasible measuring tool for diagnosing teachers' academic motion regulation level in educational practice, to review the characteristics of teachers' academic motion regulation ability in online learning community, and provide guidance for teachers' professional development in the future. Guidance the school administration department, teacher development center, and the teachers to better adjust their academic emotions in the online learning community, which is of great help to the physical and mental health of teachers. Feedback to the teachers' online learning community improves the degrees of interaction between teachers and online learning community, and promote the common development of teachers and online learning communities. They are part of reference you can see. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for checking out for this presentation. Please feel free to contact me with any question or comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zhang Xiao, for this wonderful sharing session, especially in your interest of research. So, ladies and gentlemen, Now you may open your mic in terms of question and answer, and also you can put your question in the chat box. Okay.
How's Zhao? Hi, how are you?
Hi. Hi,
Can you
nice
hear
to
me?
meet you, Doctor.
Hi, nice to meet you too. So Zhang Xiao, so just to ask your question that who involved in the learning community that you said here in your title?
Let me share.
Online learning community. Who involved in the online learning community?
Oh, my research objective is technical teachers, online learning community.
Okay, so who are the who are the who involved in the online learning community? For example, is it student, teachers?
Okay, okay, I got you, Doctor.
Okay.
The
What do you
the
mean by
online
online learning community?
the online learning community I have chosen is a representative online learning community. They are all teachers who chat about online learning communities, 就是 about technical teachers circle.
So it is an online learning communities that involve teachers, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, how about the student? Do the student involve in the online learning? Because you are writing it about online learning, okay? So I think you need to look back at the terms that you are using, okay? When we said about online learning, it involves both parts, that is teachers or lecturers and students, okay? So because the learning part, okay, is who are going to be in the learning part? What do you think?
Thank you, Doctor. Because most teachers use online learning communities for self-learning, but there are few studies on teachers' learning experience. So, so the population is the teachers.
Okay, so you need to look back that is it online learning communities or online teaching, okay? Or are you going to use that term, the online learning communities, okay? Because you are focusing on the teachers, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
so can we look at your design just now? You said you are going to design the questionnaire, is it?
Okay.
Are you going to adapt or adopt? Or you are going to develop your own questionnaire?
Questionnaire. I only
Sorry, your interview
research
question,
program.
right?
Yes.
You are
I
going
didn't.
interview or both mixed method?
And yes, I will interview the 20 teachers in the online communities.
Are you giving a questionnaire to the teachers?
Yes, I will give.
You are going to give a questionnaire, right?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so you are going to use mixed method, is it?
Mixed method. Yes.
Okay, so you need to have a clear methodology or your research design. Okay, what type of mixed methods approach that you are going to use? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so you need to make it clearly lah, so that we know what are your focus. Okay. If not, it seems that it is too general lah. For example, the online learning community. Okay. So that's it from me. So best of luck for your research.
Thank you, Doctor. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Any more questions?
Hi, Zhang Zhao. Hi, Zhang Zhao. Okay.
Hi, Doctor.
I
here.
that you're using COI, right? Cynthia, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah,
Yes,
I mean,
I'm using COI.
the model that you're using is COI, right? So which part of COI that you want to include that emotion part? Yeah, teaching
Emotion.
presence and show social presence, cognitive presence. So which part of this COI that is most suitable for you to embed that emotion part?
Super.
Yeah, never mind. I think you're still in the early stage of your research, right? You can read further and identify which part of this COI that actually suitable for you to include or to focus on the emotion. Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your question, Doctor. Your question is which part of this
Because they are
COI such suitable for teachers
true.
to major?
Yeah, because you are doing emotions, right? And then which part of it that you think that suits? Because I think you need to read further, and then you will eventually find the way which how to embed or how to how to include these two together. Okay.
Okay, I got you. Thank you, Doctor. Firstly, because the low participations of teachers, so I will concern number of participants, frequency of participation, and the teachers' achievements and the contribution to the communities, and about academic emotion. In my study, teachers' emotion and academic emotion is not very useful. I will 就是content
Maybe you can look at the teaching presence. Okay, how do you improve in that teaching presence in COI, and then focus on that. All right.
Yeah.
This is just my
Yeah,
suggestion.
yes.
Okay, congratulations, Zhao.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you for the questions from the
Thank you,
doctors.
Doctor.
There's another
Sorry.
question in the suggestion from Dr. Ahmad Zamri. According to him, it's not sure whether AMOS can accommodate dichotomous data when we wanted to measure in terms of gender in the model. So it's a suggestion from Dr. Ahmad for you to just check on that. Nah. You have any comment, Ms. Zhang Xiao, on that?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. For example, 就是because I will comply a scale of teachers' academic emotion regulation ability in online learning community, and I will consent on teachers use preventive strategies such as situation selection, situation correction, attention distribution, and and to regulate their emotions. This is I want to let teachers' emotion regulation ability can be measured. Doctor, can you listen to me? And
I think maybe you please take consideration in terms of what Dr. Ahmad Zahamri mentioned in the chat box. Okay. Okay, Ms. Zhang Xiao?
yes, I'm here.
Okay. Anyway, thank you so much for your sharing and presentation, and all the best for your research. No worries, doctor. No worries. Doctor got problem with the mic. Okay. Anyway, thank you so much, Ms. Zhang Xiao, for your sharing and all the best for your research. Okay, moving on. So we have our fourth presenter, Mr. Tommy. Sad to say that he couldn't make it for our colloquium today, but we can share the pre-recorded video regarding his research interest. So please stay tuned and please do listen to this particular video recording.
The thesis is to what extent and how do LMS systems increase student motivation and their task engagement to construct well-focused and detailed essay compositions in an international school community. So if we can begin with just defining what an LMS is, what a learning management system is, it's cloud-based technology that both students and teachers use to plan, implement, and evaluate a specific learning process. So typically, it's used to create and deliver content, monitor student participation, like in real time, but also evaluate student achievement, most importantly throughout the entire process, from the beginning straight through completion. So essentially, I guess I chose this topic simply because students tend to struggle with essays. They tend to give you that really negative side the minute that you say that we'll be doing, or you'll be writing an essay this week. And they also tend to write like an itemized list of this random data instead of like providing their own insight on the topic or making valid connections between the data, any cause and effect relationships. And they certainly don't present their point of view, and definitely not clearly or succinctly. It just becomes, again, a copy and paste mission, but they're not really engaged in what they're saying. They're just completing a task. And so what I found is that definitely something was required to correct this process, and it had to be, it just had to be part of transformative learning. So hopefully that LMS platforms are able to do this. So just a quick background. LMS platforms, they've been around for a while. They monitor student engagement in real time. So you can see from start to finish where the student is excelling, but also learning gaps as well too. Teachers and students can work together on those learning gaps to target those through system analytics, which it captures every gap possible. LMS platforms, they also have added video calls since the COVID-19 lockdown. So it's been very convenient for distance learning, if possible. People can still dialogue, it can still video call. So again, although you're remote, the team is still there. Definitely LMS systems support transformative learning because it creates like this deep reflection, a critical reflection where students can actually reflect on meaningful content that's meaningful to them. And students receive like immediate feedback. There's dialogue with peers, with fellow teachers, so they're never stuck. Typically students get stuck doing their homework, and they don't have access right away to solve their problem or to answer their questions. And platforms actively engage it keeps pace with today's tech-savvy student learner, like today's really technology-driven community. And ironically, students tend to retain online learning content or content via online learning 25 to 50% more than conventional classroom learning. That's an interesting stat. So the key point here is that, students are taught, particularly in an international school setting, they're taught by different teachers, and they're taught different approaches over their most formative years. International school teachers are highly transient just by the nature of the job. And a major consequence is that students tend to merge ideas. They take ideas from bits and pieces of what they've learned over the years, and they try and piece something together, again, provided by different teachers. But then also international students are transient themselves just by the nature of their parents' professions or by their jobs. And what tends to happen is that they don't really engage or fully engage in in writing something meaningful, again, it becomes more of a chore than an opportunity to express your perspective and your own insight. So some of the consequences there, again, is that, again, the minute you mention that, when you mention the word essay, students tend to write automatically, they dislike, they frown, they sigh, and there's no motivation to actually refine their essay writing skills, particularly in senior years of high school. It's something that they should have learned in their formative years, and they just kind of like, well, I didn't learn it, or I learned it in piecemeal, and I should have, but there's so many pressures on them academically that they just move forward really without actually learning what they should have learned. So some of the objectives of the research investigation, for sure, is we want to see if LMS platforms improve the quality of student essays. And we'll be using several rubrics, standard universal rubrics to gauge that. Do they improve student engagement? Are they fully engaged in the writing process? And also, what about motivation? Are they motivated to actually improve, to refine their skills? And also, one is that how dependent they may become on technology. Some questions that are addressed are, does an LMS platform, or do LMS platforms, do they improve the quality of student essay writing? Can students consistently apply writing protocols to different writing tasks, right? Do they actually develop confidence in writing, like formal communication, like over time? Do they see themselves getting better? Do they acknowledge that they're getting better? And do they feel more confident in the next essay that possibly is more challenging? And do they actually become more dependent on external resources? So, for example, when it comes to writing tests and they don't have computer access, they have to go back to pen and paper. Is there some sort of deficiency? Overall, some hypotheses, they're pretty much mixed outcomes. And so that would include, like, again, students, you would assume that students and teachers would work more collaboratively, like to target like their learning gaps. You would think that students would be able to advance through Bloom's taxonomy, with some relative ease, that they'd be able to triage through knowledge, analysis, application, synthesis, and evaluation, and acquire higher order learning skills. You would assume that there's evidence, or again, hopefully there's evidence of constructivist and transformative learning. And definitely that students will increase their confidence in their communication through technology. Again, the possibility of dependency on technology, and part and parcel with that is there a decrease in their basic language skills? So things like Grammarly, spell check, all these applications that they have access to, does that diminish their sort of intuitive capacity for, like, again, spelling, grammar, vocabulary, just basic language functions that they should be aware of just naturally? Well, the significance of this research, hopefully, will be that students will be able to add structure to their creative ideas and expression, right? They won't see it as restricting their creativity, it will be enhancing it. That LMS platforms will actually accommodate different learning styles, aptitudes, readiness, interests. They will cater to a digital intelligence as a valid cognitive style. So similar to like how Howard Gardner added the eighth multiple intelligence of the naturalist intelligence over time. Maybe this is an opportunity to add another intelligence, a digital intelligence, definitely to innovate the age-old pen and paper writing task, which becomes repetitive and monotonous, and definitely, I wouldn't say something that the students enjoy. Hopefully that it would help students find their own voice when they're writing, and their personality in their writing. And I would say probably, to transition classes from, boring teacher chalk and talk, as I like to call it, to a more student-centered learning. So to help teachers focus more on students using technology. Definitely some of the limitations that I expect to run into are, well, the research participants, they will be engaged in weekly assessments, so essay writing during an investigation period. So if they happen to be absent during that time, that may skew the results. Definitely the COVID-19 lockdown restrictions, which have been on and off worldwide, mostly on. Here in China, there's intermittent suspension of VPN access, which shuts down our internet. Sometimes you'll get students that just have a low motivation or low willingness to accept new ideas and new technology, or just take the essay writing seriously. If they're not being graded for it, they may not approach it with a serious attitude. Definitely insufficient data on the participants. So, for example, there's prior data on the selection process, the criteria for the research participants. So we want to ensure that it's a mixed ability sample. So if that information is imperfect, then that could affect the actual test sample. There is no formal training on LMS platforms or the interface itself, and the learning of it. It's something that we rely that students can do on their own as just being tech savvy. And definitely an insufficient bandwidth that schools tend to have to support a higher volume of technology in the classroom. So some definitions, just to close with, that are included in the research is transformative learning, right? Learning, constructivist learning, depth of knowledge, learner autonomy, blended learning, and obviously learning management system. I've started experimenting with the literature review, and so some of the theories that have been raised in the research investigation are that do LMS platforms that they actually and effectively promote transformative learning. It's interesting, like theories exist that technology obviously grants access to more information, and that information is meaningful, and meaningful enough that it gives students an opportunity to process it, critically reflect on it, and to build on their knowledge so that they're able to adjust their thinking based on the possibility of new information and a great access to information. Also, there's theories out there that they claim that the traditional classroom, the problem with the traditional classroom setting is that it's one-sided. It's teacher one talk. It's teacher chalk and talk. It's heavily biased information coming from one person with little student interaction. So again, those are two main theories that I would say the research investigation is based on. Some previous research, for sure, that LMS technology engages students in a technical intelligence. It allows them to inquire, conduct investigative research, engage in critical reflection, just by the nature of again, access through technology, or wider access of content. Also, that the platforms itself, it creates a heavy dependency on technology, right? And also that it would limit a student's ability in mechanical ability to independently and intuitively process things. So, for example, similar to what the calculator or smartphones have done to our basic math skills, they claim that technology does the same to our spelling, our vocabulary, and our grammar conventions. So some of the theories involved, definitely the cognitive learning theory, right, which is again how people process information and how they learn, how they intake information. The constructivist learning theory, and that is how people create their own learning from experience. And connectivism, which is relatively new, and that's how people learn and grow again from the meaningful connections that they form.
Thank you so much for the sharing, Dr. Siti. And we will continue with the next presentation. And as what Prof. Azida mentioned in our chat box, Mr. Tony is actually an American who worked in China. And of course, due to some avoidable reasons, he couldn't come for our presentation today. Okay, participants, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our seventh presenter for today, Ms. Mahalakshmi Narayanasamy, with the title of Design and Develop Formative Assessment for Teaching MPU Subject in Flipped Classroom. Ms. Mahalakshmi, the room is yours.
Okay. Can you all hear me? Is my voice loud enough?
Loud and clear.
Okay, is my screen visible?
You are sharing your content, but we can't see any slides there.
Yeah. Hold on. How about now?
Yes, we can see your slides. So you may present your
Okay,
slide.
then I shall start my presentation then. Okay, so very good afternoon to our honorable lecturers and my professor, my main supervisor, Dr. Azida, and my fellow friends. Today, I would like to present my research topic, and I'm very grateful to present in this colloquium. And without further ado, I would like to start my presentation. This is my research topic, the design, development, and evaluation of a formative assessment to promote students' engagement in teaching hubungan etnik via flipped classroom. So this is the finalized, like after like my prospectus, I'm just focusing at a formative assessment. So I slightly changed the topic according to the my research. Okay, let me explain further on this introduction. So for the introduction of this study, maybe I can summarize. My research is fully focused on MPU subject, general studies. The main definition of general studies is definitely why we have to offer these general studies or mata pelajaran umum. These are like compulsory studies for all the students. Even like a diploma or degree level, even like a certificate also, they are compulsory like for them to enroll for this subject in order to graduate. So the main objective of these general studies definitely to produce holistic graduates and to promote nation building, and also to improve their soft skills, communication skills, and definitely to promote nation building, because it will be like teaching them about the past history and everything. And the next focus is how I'm going to conduct or how I'm going to teach this MPU subject via flipped classroom, because flipped classroom nowadays, like in our country, is like still we are not really good at like practicing the flipped classroom, especially private colleges. We are just very new and we are lack of training and all those things. Like we just exposed to this flipped classroom, and I think we need to do more research on this flipped classroom. So flipped classroom, the definition is a synchronous and combination of synchronous and asynchronous online learning. And definitely through flipped classroom, we could enhance students' engagement, and also we can enhance teaching and learning process. And through these hands-on activities and interactive discussions and individual scaffolding. So this is about introduction of my research. And about MPU subjects or general studies, there are 4 categories for general studies. So in this research, I'm only focusing at U1 category, which is appreciating philosophy, values, and history. So these are the subjects listed under U1 category. Even though we have so many categories, I'm only focusing at the U1. And these are the subjects categories, listed under this first category. And in this research, I'm only focusing at ethnic relations. Okay, even though we can do a lot of, we can do research on other topics, but then due to like a lack of time and all those things, so I'm just only focusing at hubungan ethnic or ethnic relations in English. So let's move on. This is about the course objective for hubungan ethnic. So first is like to explain the concept and theories to understand ethnic relations in Malaysia from social cohesion perspective. and to discuss Malaysian ethnic and cultural diversities from the historical period to the contemporary period, and also to apply knowledge about concept, theories, realities of Malaysian ethnic relations towards developing volunteerism and national identities. So these are the main objectives. So the main gap is actually we have to conduct, or we have to teach these subjects based on Garis Panduan, or guidelines in English we call. So if we look at these guidelines, they have given like a very general criteria for like a formative assessment. For example, these students who are enrolled for this Hubungan ethnic subject, definitely their coursework marks is about 70 marks and final exam will be 30 marks. So their 70 marks will be given based on these guidelines, which is I feel like a too general, because based on this table we can conclude that like based on the Garis Panduan they had just mentioned about we have to focus on pembentangan dan juga laporan bertulis, so written assignment and presentation in the class presentation and class activities. And this is, I feel like it's too general for all the lecturers to understand, to comprehend what is written in these guidelines. And based on this, we have to conduct the classes. And mainly this is like a one way, like normally like when it comes to like a Hubungan ethnic classes, like always is a big size classroom or large classroom. So what we'll be doing, like always, like we try to cover the topics, like try to cover the syllabus, and we very difficult for us to engage the students during the class activities. And also more than that, we always will be having one way teaching method, and also the students also, they're not really so interested about learning about the histories and all this thing, because they know like they just have to attend the class, and then like they'll be like a very passive learner. They won't be like actively learning about the contents and everything. And ended up lecturers only will be like explaining more and more about the topic, but when it comes to like students' perspective, they will be just listening or just being like a passive learners. So I feel like these things need to be addressed, and this is, I feel like this is one of the main gap that we have to look into, like the formative assessment, so that we can design some interactive class activities, so that we can, like while we teaching time, we can engage the students like through the activities. Instead of teaching, we can guide them. So in this case, like students will be like a more participative. So I think we really have to look into these guidelines, which is clearly stated in this Garis Panduan. So some of the past research about MPU subjects or general studies, let me summarize. I have listed about 6 past researches over here, but mainly all the past researchers about when it comes to MPU subjects, they are literally focusing on like effectiveness of MPU subjects from students' perspective or from students' aspect. So these past researchers also, they have mentioned that we have to do in-depth research in about students' engagement, and also about how we mainly focus on how we implementing the subject, and about interactive class activities and all those things, and also about the feedback from students and lecturers, and also some important like a framework to guide their teaching and learning process. So this is like generally, this is what I've mentioned in these past researches when it comes to MPU subject. And also like some past researchers in this flipped classroom. Also, like there are so many studies saying that flipped classroom really assisted students in their learning, and then it's really like enhance students' performance, students' engagement, students' participation and everything. But still some of the studies also saying that like there is no significant improvement after like they implemented flipped classroom. So this is always like we have mixed findings when it comes to flipped classroom. So that like this is like totally is like depends on how a lecturer design and develop the class activity according to the nature of subject, and also how the lecturer is going to engage the students in the class activities. So this is what I have written clearly here. is about a few past researchers I've listed here, but let me explain on the problem statement. Okay, the first problem statement is about formative assessment. So hold on. So inefficient formative assessment strategies in teaching hubungan ethnic will lead to student disengagement in the flipped classroom as they are not interested in learning. So as I mentioned just now, like we always found like mixed reports in these outcomes of flipped classroom based on the effectiveness, and also students always complain about they are not receiving clear guidelines or explanation on assessment, especially in flipped classroom. And also some students, even like some past researchers also, they clearly mentioned that students felt behind if they are very unprepared for the class. By like, let's say we for flipped classroom, definitely we have to assign the students to watch these pre-recorded class activities, pre-recorded videos, and we assign some class activities. So if the students fail to do that, and definitely they always felt behind because they not fully prepared for the class. And also definitely it will lead to less participation and all those things. And this is about because ethnic relations is very much related to history subject as well. And based on a past researches, also they mentioned that less participation from students, and students are not interested to learn history subject, and always are not prepared or not watch the pre-recorded videos in flipped classroom. And also according to Go and Ong, this study has been conducted in USM. So according to this researcher, there is a very students are like resistant to change or high rejection towards like to shift to flipped classroom method or flipped classroom approach, because they were not exposed to this new method, because they are very much like exposed to like a traditional teaching and learning method. So there is a resistance to change in our Malaysian students. So this is first thing is about inefficient of a formative assessment, and the next one is about I don't know what I did. Sorry, I think my internet connection is very unstable. Sorry. Okay. Okay, next is about, I don't know why my slide is not moving. Please bear with me, everyone. Okay. Is my screen is visible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So next is about the next problem statement of problem is actually definitely is got to do with lack of effective and timely feedback will produce passive learners in flipped classroom. So in mostly like in flipped classroom, students always they are complaining that they are not receiving timely feedbacks, or like they just assign to watch these pre-recorded videos and then they just have to get it done the class activities. This is also one of the important problem in when it comes to like or challenges when it comes to like implementation of flipped classroom and all those things. So these are like according to some past researchers, like they think that students got frustrated because they're not getting immediate feedbacks, and only teachers, they even like instructors or lecturers, they always feel that during face-to-face session, even though it's a flipped classroom, during the face-to-face session they think they already given the feedbacks or explain about the content. But when it comes to students perspective, they always are saying that they did not receive very comprehensive feedbacks from the lecturers. So we always have to look into these two different perspective, from students perspective and also lecturers perspectives when it comes to giving these feedbacks. And also like when it comes to like mata pelajaran umum or these compulsory subjects, is always got to do with like a big classroom. So in this big classroom always will have 200 students or more than 200 students in one class. So the feedbacks and how you're going to engage them in all these things are like very important in order to engage them in the class activity and etc. So let's move on. The next is about large classroom and engagement, students engagement. Especially limited research has been carried out in engaging students in flip approach in Asian countries. So not all the students completed the pre-class activities. Some students admitted they were unprepared for class, and also some students they ended up skip the classes. And also like it also increase students responsibility when it comes to play classroom is very much a student-centered learning, and they have to monitor about their time management, and then they have to get it done their class activity everything within given period of time. So to to assign or to come up with all these class activities based on our understanding, we can do a lot of things, but then there is like always I feel there is a gap to to be addressed, that we need to come up with proper guidelines instead of just depends on all the lecturers, like we just can conduct the classes based on our own understanding or whatever is written based on this garis panduan. So we need a proper guidelines to even to give feedbacks, or even for like a formative assessment, and everything should be clearly must arrange in a very detailed form, which is what we call as a guidelines for 14 weeks, so that we can conduct the subjects in flipped classroom method. At the same time, we can assist or engage them in learning. Okay, so that's the reason why I come up with this research objective. So the first research objective is about to identify the needs of formative assessment for teaching hubungan ethnic in flipped classroom approach, and also to identify the needs of feedbacks for teaching hubungan ethnic in flipped classroom approach. So I will be thinking like why I put these two research objective under one in the one box. The reason is I'm employing DDR research or DDR method in this to do my research. So in this DDR method, we have three phases. The first phase is about need analysis. So like the first objective and second objective definitely is like focusing on the need analysis. We need to know why we need to carry out these studies from students' perspective, and also from instructors' perspective as well. And the second objective is to design and develop formative assessment with feedbacks to promote students' engagement in flipped classroom approach. So this is the the third objective, but second phase, design and developing phase. So in this phase, we will be designing and developing the formative assessment for hubungan ethnic subject. And the fourth research objective is to evaluate the effectiveness of developed formative assessment with types of which feedbacks for teaching hubungan ethnic in flipped classroom approach. So this is the fourth objective, and definitely this is listed under the evaluation phase.
Maha, sorry, I have to interrupt. So, so you're almost, I think maybe there's a 1 minute for you to sum up anything.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So as I mentioned, these are three phases. I have listed my research questions over here based on my research objective. And as I mentioned in this DDR research, I'm using constructivism theory, and also two models. First model is a Hattie and Timperley's model. This is I have clearly divided this into a before the class, during the class, and after the class. And also I'm using this 5E model. So these are the 5E model also to design the formative assessment for out of class activities, and also in class activities or discussion. So this is my conceptual model. As I explained just now, all the theories models is already clearly depicted in this table. And also I'm going to use this method to achieve my research questions, or to answer these research questions according to the phases. And the significance of the study, once I have developed this design and once I've designed and developed this module or this guideline for this hubungan ethnic subject, it will be definitely very useful for all the lecturers, whoever teaching the hubungan ethnic subjects. They use this as their guidelines, and they it will be definitely precisely explain about in class, out class activities, and how to provide feedbacks, timely feedbacks to the students. And this is definitely will be useful for lecturers, and also will be really we can engage students in large classroom. So that's this. I feel this is the significance of the research. And of course, in this research also, we do have some limitation. I only focusing at formative assessment and feedback strategies. I did not really focus about students' characteristics or other learning styles and etc. So these are like I consider as a limitation of the study, and some references over here. And thank you very much. That's all my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mahalashmi, for your interesting research topic and research title. And yeah, definitely, I can understand the constraint for the MPU subject because I have been, I was one of the lecturer for the MPU subject previously. And when it comes to assessment, due to the pass-fail, I tell you, it's very difficult to get the students' participation, involvement in terms of the delivering the content. Okay, so I believe this may be somehow very interesting and also important for overall teaching and learning for the MPU courses. Okay, so can I open for the Q&A session? And also you may write your question in the chat box to Ms. Mahalashmi.
Hi Mahalashmi, how are you?
Fine, doctor. I'm doing good.
Okay. So Mahalashmi, are you going to focus only on designing the formative assessment?
Yes, doctor. I'm just only want to focus on this formative assessment because the reason is like, sorry.
Just to answer another thing is how about the before class, during class, and after class? Who are going to design this one? Is it, available, or you are going to design also the pre-recording, MCQ question, and the hands-on activity, and so on?
Yes, doctor. For this DDR research, I'm going to use fuzzy Delphi method. So I'll be inviting at least like a 10 to 15 experts in this field so that we can design and develop a good formative assessment which can be like standardized, or we can share with other private colleges, lecturers, or even government universities, so that it can be like more towards like guidelines to for formative assessment. Because based on this Garis Panduan, there's like they just mentioned about we have to focus on like a written assignment and discussion and class activities, but then we don't have any clear guidelines. So I feel this is like a need to be accurate, and we have to come up with the proper guidelines.
Because you are going to do for the formative assessment. Now you're
Mhm.
using flipped classroom. When we
Yeah.
talk about flipped classroom, you have the before class, during class, and after class.
Correct.
Okay. So when you said about formative assessment, okay,
Mhm.
it just only involve one part of it. Okay, where is it? Before class, during class, or after class? The formative assessment.
No, these are formative assessment even for the class activities, right? Even like a written assignment or collaborative class activities, we still can assign the students to watch these pre-recorded videos, and before the class, they have to like prepare the answer assigned class activity. So during class time, instead of teaching, we will be like discussing the questions and guiding them. So technically it's a continuous process, and for that I alone I cannot design based on my understanding. So that's the reason why I need a few experts whoever in this field, so that I can get a consensus from them, and then we can design and develop the formative assessment like before the class and during the class and also after the class. Mainly is like when it comes to flipped classroom, is like before and before and during the class. But what I meant over like after the class is just more towards like a wrap up session, something like that. But that one also I don't want to do it like based on my understanding. So I'm still looking for some panels expertise, so that we can come up with a good framework or guidelines in order to conduct our formative assessments.
Okay, my suggestion here is when you talk about flipped classroom, it's not only about the formative assessment. Okay.
Yes, doctor.
So because the flipped classroom involve the teaching and learning process, the whole teaching and learning process. Okay. So when you said about just formative assessment, it means you are going to do just the formative assessment. The formative assessment, it relates with the pre-record video. For example, you are going to give task to them, okay, to answer the question. So it relates with the recording video, okay, the material. So you need to develop the material that relate with all your formative assessment. So it involves the material, the instructional material that you use, and also the material for the activities. Okay, when you do the activities, I think you need to have all the strategies of active learning activities and all the example or all the tools that you are going to use in the during class. Okay, so when you are going to design, you are not going to design just the formative assessment. You also need to design all the activities. You also need to design all the materials. Okay, so I think you need to look back. Okay, your focus of your study. Okay, you are not just focusing on the formative assessment. Okay, but also in others, the material, the activities, and so on. Okay, because it involves all the what we call process. Okay,
Yes,
and
correct.
your formative assessment must be something, something new. Okay, the novelty of your research. Okay, it is not just because you don't have the guideline. Okay, and then you want to do it. Okay, so you need also to look at the literature. Okay, because your literature is not focusing. The guideline. You know, when you say the MPO is you don't have the guideline, right? Okay, so in the guideline, what are the elements that you have the gap in the guideline. Okay, for example, you don't have the guideline in the MPU, right?
Yeah, very general guideline.
General guideline. Okay, what are the assessment element in the guideline? Okay, that you need to fill in. Okay, in the your focus of your study. Okay,
Okay,
I
doctor.
think you need to look at overall because you are doing you are using the flipped classroom model. Okay, if you are not using the model, flipped classroom model, it don't involve flipped classroom, then you can focus only on the formative assessment. Okay, so in to look back, this is my comment and best of luck for your studies. Okay.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much.
Any more questions to Miss Mahalashmi?
I think, Maha, maybe your description of your
Yes,
research
doctor.
is not that clear. Okay, why you are
Yes.
focusing on the assessment part, okay, of the flipped classroom. I think you need to give a good justification why you are focusing on assessment. Can you answer me?
First of all, why I want to focus on like a flipped classroom, because normally if you're conducting 14-week classes, in big classroom you always we are trying to cover the syllabus. We don't have time to engage the students in the class activities and all this thing, because we to conduct 3 hours classes for MPU subjects also is really
Okay,
challenging
all
for
right, that is
lecturers.
understandable.
And also for the assessment, why I'm focusing
Maha,
at the
that is
yes, doctor.
understandable,
Yes,
but
doctor.
why you dive in assessment?
Yes,
Why you are looking at the assessment part, assessment component in flipped classroom? You are not looking at the flipped classroom as a whole, but you are looking at the assessment part. Why? You need to answer that so that people will understand why you are not looking at the comprehensive flipped classroom model. Okay, because in flipped classroom, how the assessment is being done, okay, how do you know that the students are learning and so on. That is how you justify your why you are only focusing on the assessment. It is, yes, we know that people are doing flipped classroom, they are doing research on engagement, kan? People are doing designing activities.
Correct.
We are looking at the activities to engage students and so on. But you are looking from different angle. You are looking at the assessment part. All right. So I need. I don't expect you to answer me now. But I think later on you need to actually justify. You as a researcher, okay, the purpose of we being here today is that you will know that how people don't understand our research. Other people, we think that we understand our research. Okay, we are doing something that we are passionate of, but when we
it's
present
maybe
to
it's
people,
not very
people don't
clear.
understand.
Yes, Doctor.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
think you better justify. Okay. Yes, flipped classroom is a model of teaching and learning, but you are looking at assessment. So how the teaching and learning and how do you actually look at the constructive alignment between teaching, learning, and assessment in flipped classroom? Okay, people always look at the teaching and learning part only, but you are looking at assessment. But how you do you make it like, the alignment between teaching, learning, and assessment, and justify why there are lack of assessment in terms of flipped classroom. Assessment is not only to give student marks, but to give student to make sure that students learning, right? So when you do the formative assessment, formative assessment, then you will be able to know that students are learning during the flipped classroom. So the constructive alignment need to be highlighted in your research. Okay.
Okay, Doctor. Thanks, Prof. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the very fruitful information that I believe is going to be benefit to Miss Mahalashmi. And any more questions? Okay, since there's no question, I think that's all. Thank you so much, Miss Mahalashmi, for this wonderful presentation, and I hope that you will successful to find out the better solution to make these MPU students to really engage with what we're going to teach. Thank you so much, Mahalashmi.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we would like to invite our last presenter for today, Shibo, with the title Current Status, Hotspot and Scientific Frontier of Technology Management Research. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shiyubo. Miss Maha, I think you have to stop presenting. Shiyubo, are you there? Shiyubo? Shiyubo, are you there? I think she's not in. Dr. Siti Zuraida, how we can go about it? I think she's not in. Shiyubo, are you there?
Shiyubo, are you here? If she's not in, so I think all the participants can refer to our website and look at the extract book. So we have the extract book for you to read the research by Shiyubo. Okay.
Okay, I think thank you so much, the city, and of course, thank you so much for all the presenters for the great sharing session today. So here we come towards the end of our colloquium today. But before that, let us invite our Associate Professor, Dr. Azida Binti Abdul Zidin, the Head of Information, Communication and Technology Cluster, School of Educational Studies, University Science Malaysia, for the closing remarks and to announce the Best Presentation Awards for the 3 sessions, which is from 23rd September 2021 and 24th September 2021. Okay, Prof, the room is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mutu. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, all the postgraduate students who attended this the colloquium for yesterday and today. And I hope that you have benefited from the colloquium. Let me just share my screen. I have actually 3 slides. Okay, just some summary from the sessions. Yeah. All right. So why actually we the ICT clusters conduct this postgraduate colloquium? I think that before we actually discuss about this, the lecturers, me, Dr. Rosdiza, Dr. Siti Mastura, Dr. Siti Zuraida, and Dr. Yahya, we have concern on our postgraduate, and I think that many of us, you as far as you know that PPIP lecturers, they have actually many postgraduate students. Actually, when I first worked in USM, I only have 1, 2 or 3 postgraduate students, which is much more lesson burden to us. All right. So actually, we are struggling too with the more and more students coming to us. However, we try to actually cater the needs for all students. We try many ways, different ways to actually address your needs and so on. So if let's say we have, we would like to apologize if we don't have the capacity to actually address each of your needs in depth. All right, but however, we try to actually address your needs based on your area of research. I would like to highlight actually the sharing by our Deputy Dean, Dr. Azia, this morning, whereby she had actually shared with us how to make it is like an experience of a postgraduate journey. All right, not we have different obstacles in our postgraduate life. Okay, maybe you are not having problems with your study, but you are having problems with your family, personal problem, money problem. There are many problems that occurs. All right. However, I think the postgraduate colloquium is one way for us, the supervisors, to actually address different needs, and we hope that this would help and support your postgraduate journey. And we hope that you have actually get the opportunity to expose to other students' work, okay, your friends' work. Sometimes because in postgraduate study you might be doing your research alone. Okay, you might start and hitting the wall, and you don't know what other students are doing. So we hope that we have addressed that. And then for the presenters, you have presented, congratulations, and you have got feedbacks from others, all right, from other students, from the lecturers. And I would like to also thank to some of the lecturers who come in yesterday and today. I can see that they also give some feedbacks, Dr. Zamri, Dr. Rohaya, and others, all right. And then opportunity to network with other, okay, in similar research areas. So after this, you can go to the website prepared by Dr. Siti Zuraida, and you can have a look. There will be emails and phone number maybe, so that you can contact if let's say you found that, okay, this guy have quite a similar research with me, why not I contact him. We can discuss further, exchange ideas, and then you won't be stuck in what you are doing. All right, and then opportunity to release from your normal activities. Sometimes you are sitting in front of your computer for one day, okay, but you didn't even write one single sentence. All right, that will be your normal activities. Okay, that was also my normal activity during my post PhD study, whereby I sit on my in front of my computer and I don't know what I was doing. Okay, so this is a release from your normal activities, your normal, obstacle, and then you have some excuses when your wife or your husband or your mom tell you, please help me. Oh, no, I have this colloquium. This is really important. So I would like to stay and, listen to the colloquium. All right. And then opportunity for fresh perspective. Okay, maybe before this you are not thinking about the some issues. Okay, you think because during the you interacting with your supervisors, okay, your supervisors might also have limited perspective on what you are doing. They are expert in what they are doing, but you are going to be expert in your research. So your research might be a little different or has a huge differences from your supervisors, but they are there to help you to actually trigger what you are going to do. So maybe from sharing with the other friends and you see what they are doing, and then you will actually get, oh, okay, I might be able to actually solve my problem by using these methods. All right, Dr. Ahmad Zamri already discussed about the methods earlier yesterday. And then you might want to reconsider your future direction and so on. And then we hope that the organizer, hope that we have promote the development of a supportive community of scholars. It is hard being a PhD, a master's student, especially by research. Okay, although I also believe that EDD students also face the same problem, especially when they are doing the PLG 800, because PLG 800 is a research part, and I saw some of the students are stuck while doing their PLG 800. So we hope that we supported the community of scholars. Okay, you are now in a community of scholars. Maybe you haven't seen any of some of us here that attended the colloquium, but now you can contact and make maybe a WhatsApp group, so that you can have support, and then you can actually ask questions with others. All right, that is for you to ponder, okay, after this colloquium. And then I would like to say congratulations to all and all the best to everybody for their postgraduate journey. I think that everybody can actually finish your postgraduate study, whether it is long, whether it is short. It is up to actually you, the one who is doing it. Okay, like yesterday I shared with some of you in the afternoon session. Yesterday I had while we had actually been doing the colloquium, I have to attend PhD examiner. I was the PhD examiner for UIA, International Islamic University of Malaysia. And then I was surprised when the candidate was a 65 years old. All right, so meaning that he has actually been retired for since 2012. He start his he start his PhD in 2010. All right, he's retired around, I think, middle of 2015, maybe like that. Okay, 2013, because he said he did his PhD while he was working, and then he retired, and then he finished yesterday, 2021 September. So he took like more than 10 years to finish off his around 10 years of his PhD study. So that was quite long, and then he is now 65 years old. And then I was like, okay, if I give him it is empathy, that you have as an examiner. We are human, and for me now, he has nothing to gain, maybe financially, okay, because he already retired. Now he is 65. So what is he going to do with the PhD? Maybe for lifelong learning and so on. But we can see that he took a very long journey, and at last, yesterday we passed him for his doctorate journey, and he will be getting his title doctor when he submitted his correction. All right, so we don't know our journey, how what is our next journey. All right, your journey, we don't know, but I hope that you will have a very smooth, sailing journey that will help you. Yeah, everybody has their own reason. Like what Dr. Aziah mentioned early this morning, everybody has their own reason why they continue their study, doing their masters, doing their degree. Maybe you are expecting to get naik pangkat or whatever, or maybe it is just you like learning and so on. All right, so I think I wish you all good luck. And Dr. Siti Zuraida, would you like to share your screen? All right, so yeah, this is the time. Okay, after I have just bubbling, I would like to actually announce. Okay, we were discussing for the best presenter awards. We have 3 presenters that is going to be awarded for the best presenters. Okay, so stay tuned. All right, so the first presenter award for the first Sanura binti Jaya. Congrats, Sanura. Title development research approach in development. Dah stop dah. Alright, so congrats, Sanura. I hope we will give you a certificate for the best presenter award. Okay. Alright. Next, the second session, for the second session last afternoon for the Malay version of presentation, the best presenter award goes to Muhammad Fahmi Mat Yusof. Congratulations, Fahmi. Are you here, Fahmi? Ada kita tarik balik. Alright, so congrats, Fahmi. Alright. Next, we have our final, okay, for this morning sessions. Alright, the best presenter award. Before that, Dr. Siti Zuraida, don't we have a moderator, best moderator? Saja. Tak ada ya. But we'll belanja you copy lah later on. Okay. Alright, so the best presenter award for the third session will be Saima Han. Congratulations, Saima. The potential of digital content for development English a brief overview. So we have 3 best presenters for our colloquium. Okay, so if we have evaluators behind the WebEx that watch each of your presentation, and we found we have actually follow a rubric for presentation and so on, so that we comes to the decision for the 3 best presenters. Okay, so I hope that you all have benefits from this colloquium. I'm really happy to have you all here. We hope that we will be able to conduct another colloquium, and then we might have the after post-pandemic, maybe we are going to go to somewhere, not webinars, but we are going to do the colloquium, conduct the colloquium somewhere, maybe in Phuket, maybe in Langkawi, maybe. Just this is my dream. Okay, this is my dream, but I hope that we can do that, inshallah. So thank you very much, everybody. Then hoping to see you all soon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. Good luck with your postgraduate studies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Associate Professor Dr. Azida binti Abdul Zidin, for the great closing remarks. And of course, congratulations to our speakers for the best presentation. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for me to officially end my hosting for today. On behalf of Organizing Committee, I would like to thank each and everyone here for wonderful contribution to make our colloquium successful. Indeed, I can see a lot of good comments in the chat box. And hopefully, let us be guided with all the things that we learned and heard throughout the presentation and be able to see and influence our future research work. Until then, see you, stay safe and stay healthy, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Mutu.
Thank you, Mutu and all the moderators. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye-bye,
Terima kasih.
everyone.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama,
Sama-sama.
Omar Luar.